Hello, everyone.
Nobody
and
did
welcome
anything.
to tonight's episode of Critical Role,
Do it now.
where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around, roll dice, and play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
This week, not in costume, to the joy of all my players. But yes, so welcome back. We're gonna hop in here in just a minute, but first, let's get through our announcements. First and foremost, this week's sponsor, a continuation of Loot Crate being our awesome sponsor. Thank you so much, Loot Crate. I think we announced the new theme for this month's Loot Crate last week, but Sam, if you'd like to give us a couple words on our sponsor, please.
I'm running out of things to say, so instead I composed a little song, and I thought that Miss Ashley Johnson could help me with it.
Okay.
I'm gonna sing a couple lines, and then it'll be very apparent what the rhyming word is, and you just chime in with that. Little known fact: Ashley Johnson, beautiful singing voice. She's a soprano.
We're going full NPR here.
Okay. Here's a song for Loot Crate. Okay. Actually, I need you to focus here. Okay, ready? It's to the tune of the Beverly Hillbillies. Well, yeehaw for nerd swag, let's all give a big hoot. You get a pretty crate and they fill it with
Loot!
Very good. With gear and apparel that'll make you look real cute. You even be attractive when your butt makes a
Toot!
very good. Subscribe with the link that pops up on your computer. With the dough that you save, buy some hot wings at
Hooters!
Very good. You'll be all hot and bothered even if you're spayed or neutered. So pull down your skirt and stick that loot in your
Cooter!
No, it's in your crate. You put your loot in your crate. That's disgusting, Ashley. Jesus.
Really inappropriate.
Jesus, why would you stick it in your cooter?
It made all the sense. It made all
Holy
the sense.
shit, Ashley.
That's
Loot in a loot crate. Good God. Anyway, magic, everyone. Sign up and use the exclusive promo code.
Oh my god.
Wait a second, there's a new
It's a
promo
new.
code?
Yeah.
There's a new promo code.
$5 off Loot Crate and Loot Crate XD.
Holy shit.
If you use promo code
Chaotic good. One word. Chaotic good.
Chaotic good. All caps.
Chaotic good.
That sounds wild.
Check it out, guys. I'm done.
Sam Riegel, you are against
Code is only good for 48 hours.
Yeah.
The code is only good for 40 hours.
I got
You
so
must
nervous.
enter
Wait, is that true?
to collect. It is true.
I should
48
read
hours
these
only.
before I do the ads.
Chaotic good.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate
no
that.
problem.
Ashley,
Thanks, Sam.
really need to clean that mouth.
You know what? There's only one place to put loot.
Really, keep it in your
Now
crate,
we
guys.
know.
Highly recommend it.
Keep it in your crate.
Hashtag keep it in your crate. So yes, thank you, Loot Crate, for being our awesome sponsor. Other announcements: BlizzCon this weekend. For those who are going to be there, a number of us are going to be there. Panels Friday. Who's going to be there Friday?
Friday. There.
There you go. Me and Liam will be there Friday. A number of other of us will be wandering the halls, and then
I'll be in the bathrooms.
Just hanging out.
just chilling, just looking to massage folks as they come in, taking tips.
Creepy.
Red raincoat.
Asking if they need their hands dried.
So look for that at BlizzCon. Those of us who have our schedules we posted on our Twitter and probably posted tomorrow as well, so keep an eye out. So hopefully see you guys there. Also, new GM tips went up today on YouTube. You guys can check it out. It's every week, Wednesday on Alpha, and then Thursday on YouTube. This week's episode deals with trying to get your players to engage more in actual role-playing in character in your sessions. So go ahead and check it out. Hopefully it'll be helpful for some of you new and old GMs out there, and let us know what you think.
Nice.
Also, we have, Marisha, if you want to talk about the new Spotify playlists that we have coming up here.
Oh yeah, we did those awesome playlists like a year ago, and if you didn't know, by the way, we did playlists about a year ago. Each one of us for our characters. You should go check them out. They're deep somewhere in the Geek and Sundry website.
Yeah, boo.
Good
What
luck
is
with
this?
that. Our Spotify playlists.
Dude, they were so good.
They were really good.
And they give really good background into our characters.
Yeah, they actually give a lot of
do.
insight if you really pay
Serious.
attention. So yeah, go look at our playlist because we are going to be doing a round 2 starting next week.
Electric Boogaloo.
Because it's been like 50 some odd episodes and a lot of shit's happened.
Things
so
have changed.
Mine's just gonna
Things
be
have
animal
changed.
noises.
Isn't like
Animal
Diablo?
noises.
What animal was that?
You wish you knew. Just to check out the playlist.
10 tracks of whale song. This is me when I'm sad. This is me when I'm happy.
She found a tape recorder.
It's just all Sesame Street all the time. All right, well, awesome. Keep an eye out for that. Starting next week, we'll have info available on Geek and Sundry website and our Twitter as soon as that becomes available. So, boom. Anything else anyone wants to announce other than I'm so glad you can be with us this week, Ashley?
Very spur of the moment. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do this thing at the break? Is that happening? What are we gonna do this?
Yes.
Oh, that thing. Oh, well, let's
So
say it then.
our critical costumes contest.
Wow.
We're announcing the winners after the break.
After we choose them on the break.
No, we've all been looking at them. We all have our personal.
But we have to
Personal
now.
faves.
But now we
right.
have to fight amongst ourselves and duke it out for
We
the
have to fight.
winners.
That's gonna be we're having a real battle.
We have Nerf gun.
Yeah.
And Jello.
And we're all gonna
And
roll.
sticks.
You brought Jello?
It's going to be
I brought
fantastic.
so
Which, for the record,
Our equivalent of napalm.
you guys are ridiculous.
They are
Those
amazing.
costume entries, every single
Unreal.
one was amazing.
Yes.
Cats.
There were cats in costume.
Victor Cat.
I can't even.
Can we do
Scanlan
Westminster
cat.
animals
Scanlan
sometime?
Just like critical critter.
Like during the Westminster.
Just cats. Critical cats.
Critters.
So allergic.
Oh man.
Makes my nose tickle just looking
We're
at it.
already lost control. this is already gone. We're over. We've peaked. We're done.
That's because we're scared.
Also, Talks.
Yes.
Vox Machina will be live every Tuesday at 7 p.m. on Alpha. Every week there will be like 2 to 3 of us on there answering questions.
When does it start?
Giving insight.
Do we know yet?
November 15th. It'll be on there, and you can find out all the juicy details, who Grog's really in love with, and you can follow at Vox Machina on Twitter for so many cool things. There'll be gift giveaways and all those sorts of stuff.
Yay.
Thank you, Travis.
Yay.
It's exciting.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's
Make a
We're gonna
face
hang
like
with
that.
Brian
Like that
Foster
for a gift
every
tomorrow.
single week.
Oh no, he hazes us, man.
Yeah, it was kind of intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's OG D&D player though, right?
Oh yeah.
Like decades
Yeah,
of Dungeons
he's
and
old
Dragons.
school. He's old school.
Yeah.
Who
Like,
is
yeah.
Brian?
He's like 55
Always
years old.
checking me on my rolls, on my choices in the game,
He's off camera laughing.
who I talk to on any given afternoon. That's all I hear about. I'll do what I want, Brian. It's D&D.
All right.
So you look forward to more of that.
You can't
We're
miss
Dr.
that.
Machina.
D&D, there's no wrong way to play.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well
Wrong
then,
way to eat a Reese's.
on that note,
Oh god.
let's go and bring us on to the happy day glow lives of Vox Machina right now and Exandria as we step into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Friendship, bro.
Hello and welcome back. While we were away, I learned much about the anatomy of the basilisk. Thank you, Liam.
Welcome.
Yeah. All right, so bringing us into tonight's episode, Vox Machina, in their attempt to take down the Chroma Conclave, have made slain 3 of the 5 dragons, have made a tentative alliance with a 4th, Raishan, the diseased deceiver, in the hopes of taking down the fifth and most powerful master of the entire conclave, Thordak, the Cinder King, who currently resides over the now elementally corrupt city of Iman that is the ground itself is beginning to boil and crack with fire elemental energy. You all sit within Whitestone, deciding upon the coming rush to the final battle, considering what allies you have at your disposal, what locations you want to put this battle in. You've had these conversations, you've revealed Raishan to the rest of your allies within Whitestone, and you've previously spoke about taking this to Fort Daxio to the north of Iman. And that was where we last left off. As you finish your conversation with the rest of your current temporary council on the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, you've made the choice of Fort Daxio as being your next grounds of conflict. What do you wish to do?
You think we finished our conversation, but we have about an hour more talking
another couple hours.
We're really.
What if we get an airship and put the ziggurat inside of it?
Oh, okay.
What?
I have an idea.
We should go to Fort Daxio then.
Yeah.
And talk to them.
Do we need to send word to all of our allies that that's where we're going? Has that been done already?
I feel like
That
we need
probably
to
needs to
scout
happen.
the location first.
Well,
Daxio?
Yeah.
let's scout first. Let's head there, and
And
if
then send out our
everything seems
messenger
copacetic,
birds.
then we'll
Yeah.
How do we get there?
by airship.
By the fabulous Keedith.
Let me scry and then we'll bam through a tree. Sound
By
good?
tree.
Wait,
Can you scry here though? We're by the orb of death now.
Well, we have to. That's
no,
right.
we have to go.
We're gonna
hold
go
on.
upstairs.
Well,
Let me go get Pike.
Yes.
I got her, guys. She's here.
Oh man.
Oh, Pike, do a big high five. Man.
Wow, we almost left without her.
So he said we're going to Fort Daxio?
yeah, we're totally going to
Crazy.
Fort Daxio.
Okay, that
Yeah.
sounds.
That's
Unless
where
you
we're
have
going to
any more
amass our
ideas.
forces, potentially.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's on our walk. We talked about it, and I think that it's just a really good idea.
Great.
The monster
Now
has
it's
spoken.
solid.
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, can she scry? Do you need to scry? Do we have scrying things?
I
Are you
can
okay to
scry.
scry? All
She's
right.
got a scribe
got a
ball.
ball.
I got my scry ball.
Oh.
Who are you scrying?
I am.
Oh, it has to
know
be a
any- we
person.
know
I need to
someone
know
in
somebody important.
Daxio.
We do.
That's how it's been.
We do.
We do.
Because your
My shit father.
yeah, your shit
Yeah,
father.
he knew somebody there, but I don't remember who it was.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Get your notes. But wait,
This is
anyone
old
from
note. This is not new.
anyone from like when we were with the Fugees, the refugee camp? Didn't some of them go to Daxio?
What about that guy
Ready
that
or
was
not,
running
here I
the
come.
refugee camp?
Oh,
The
that,
leader,
that
like
nice guy, that
Bernard
handsome
or
guy.
Reginald or
Did he go to
Reginald
Daxio?
is dead.
not Reginald, not Reginald.
Right.
Most of our friends are dead.
Yeah,
let's
we've
be
met
fair.
a lot of dead people.
We
Come on,
met a
notes.
lot of dead people.
Bernard,
Hang on,
what's
give
his
me a
name,
second.
Bernard?
Wait, where were we?
Who are you referring to?
The guy that was running the refugee camp that was like a blacksmith, but he was not a blacksmith, but he was like had
Wait,
stepped up to
Rothfuss?
No.
No, I know
No.
what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Outside
yeah.
of the-
We found his.
When we
Other-
left the orc camp and
His
we
son?
headed out into the snow.
Oh!
It was close to when we found Tyriok without an arm.
They were heading to
Right,
Fort
right.
Daxio, weren't they?
I don't recall if they were
Wait,
able
we
to
were.
Fort Daxio.
This was
Yeah,
after the
they were.
Goliaths.
Yeah.
You get a bonus.
This
for
is the part of the
stumping
show
them.
where we look through our notes.
It's D&D.
You thought
D&D.
talking was
It is a
boring.
Dungeons and Dragons game.
You guys actually write notes? I just draw pictures.
They write notes.
Oh, okay.
I drop pictures.
I listen
There
to
is a
them read their
distinction.
notes.
Oh, good.
I look over her shoulder and read her notes.
I look
While
over her
they're
shoulder
empty
and read
right
her
now.
notes. Occasionally, I look over his
Mine are
shoulder.
just terrible.
This
Arbiter
is before I
Braun,
switched notebooks.
No.
Tristan the Cleric,
No.
There's-
Gern Blanston,
Just ratting off.
Sparling Shen,
Orc skull.
Professor Malta.
But you know who I'm talking about, yeah?
This would be Cornelius,
Oh, yeah.
maybe. I'm trying to
Maybe.
Wow.
Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Oh, wait, I got my page. Cornelius, leader of the refugees. He's a bookbinder.
Yep, that's him.
Dresvina, magic guy. Elwyn, the mom. Simon, the son. These are people
Holy
who are in
crap.
Daxio, right?
Yeah.
Oh, these people that were sent to Kymel.
Shit.
Shit! Oh, I
Master
really thought
Claw.
they were going to.
Also
Forget it
Kymel.
then.
God damn
Or
it.
Western, one of the two.
Do we not know anybody at Fort Braxio?
You've no one that you know of.
Is Allura still here? Is Allura still around?
Allura is still.
They'll be
Allura,
upstairs.
do you know anyone at Fort Daxio?
Unfortunately, the one member I know is the War Master, Mikhail Daxio, the father of Riskel.
Yes.
But as far as I know, he's currently sealed off in Singorn with the rest of the army.
Right.
Shit. Okay, hang on, wait. Is Fort Daxio near Singorn? Is that
No. The army, remember, part of the army got sent to Singorn and then Singorn bamfed away.
Yeah, most like three of the regiments in Fort Daxio were sent to
Singorn
Singorn
and then
with
Singorn.
the supposed dragon incursion in the Stormcrest Mountains. Most of them went with Singorn when it got pulled back to the Feywild, and one regiment still remains at Fort Daxio. Fort Daxio is north of Iman.
Are there any guards from Iman here? Because the guards were also the guards from Iman. Went
Some
to,
of them.
went to Singorn.
There's people as well.
So maybe someone in one of the guards knows one of the guards
Jesus.
in
No,
Fort
that is
Daxio.
convoluted.
This is a lot of work.
Jesus, yeah.
We've
It's
never-
possible.
Craghammer's
Easier way to go about this?
close-ish. We could go
If
to
you want to ask
Craghammer.
around,
I'm gonna go talk
Like
to.
gather
I'm
up
gonna go
forces
see
at
if I can find
Craghammer
one of the
says?
Whitestone guards.
make an investigation check.
Oh,
You're the worst at these.
I'm not good at these. I think that it's a 12. Let me double check my investigation. I want to do this a whole lot. Yeah, 12.
Okay. You spend the next 30 minutes asking around for various guards, and the few that you do know that are from Iman are like, I don't really know anyone from Daxio. It's
Yeah.
very regimented.
Sure.
I wasn't interested in the military. I just wanted to more just, sit around the city and get paid to wear armor.
So they're more militant. More
Was
like
with,
the-
with,
an
with
army.
military is, yeah.
Just you don't know any. You don't have any army friends? Are there any army friends here?
I mean, I think there are a few here that at least might know that, but I'm not one of them. Sorry.
Where? Point me.
I don't know. That way.
All right, I go that way.
Keela spends the better part of the next hour or so without luck, unable to really find anyone to match.
Guys,
his
this
first
sucks.
before.
We don't know anyone at Daxio.
Should we just fucking go there?
This is like when you're on a level in a video game and you just run around and around and
Yeah.
around.
Yep.
You can't find the thing
Gotta
that
be
triggers
Mr.
to the next
Door.
section of the video game. No,
Wait,
look all right.
Gilmore knows everybody. He must know someone in Daxio.
That's
I
true.
don't know if he knows army people.
Well, he knows a lot of people.
All right, if Gilmore doesn't know anybody, then we're going to the nearest location and then we're huffing it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Craghammer's near-ish.
All right, let's go talk to Gilmore.
That's true.
Okay. As the rest of the your council is essentially scattered throughout Whitestone Castle since your meeting, Gilmore is easy to find, beginning to make his way out of the castle down towards his homestead and prepare what he has for the coming struggle. So as you intercept him walking down the outside, he's, "Oh, hi. I'm sorry. What did you need?"
Do you know anyone in Fort Daxio? Please say yes, please say yes, please say yes.
No. I believe I have had a couple people come through my establishment.
Is that what they call it? Come through my establishment?
He
Exactly
owns
what
an
they call it
establishment.
when you have an establishment.
That is actually
actually.
exactly what they call it.
I mean, we don't necessarily need to know anybody if you happen to know a very fast way to get to Daxio.
I mean, there are magics that can get a person there quickly, but
Are there trees? Are there lots of trees? It's grassland.
Sean, could you send one of us there? Is that possible by any chance?
Let me think.
One? Why one?
Because then the
if
rest.
one of us goes with a gate stone, Keyleth can jump over. She can see trees there. She can tree her way back here. I mean, I don't know. I'm
Just
spitballing.
seems like a really long
Yeah, all right. Where's your great idea?
Well, one of us goes there and then bamps back and finds a tree and then bamps back, and Keyleth brings us
No,
all
Keyleth can just scry on you once you're there and see the tree.
Fabulous!
Yeah.
Send one of us over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Says, well, I can't, but Allura might be able to help with that. Ask her.
All right, back to Allura.
I know.
Chickens with our heads cut off.
Get it out of the door.
Like a Monty Python animation, back and forth.
Trip 3 times.
Exactly. Apparently the Gilmore doesn't seem to have access to the type of translocation magic you're asking about.
All right.
You eventually find your way to Allura in Whitestone Castle, who's currently having a conversation with Cassandra, and just, turns back to you, and as you ask the same question, responds with I actually do have prepared. I could bring up to 8 other individuals with me.
Oh.
How perfect!
Fantastic.
Wait, one. Somebody else do this.
We're good.
The exact right amount.
Hey,
We're
it's
good.
just right.
Are you fine doing that? Or?
Yes, I can only go there, so we have to have some sort of way of returning. I believe you can handle that, all right? Yes?
I can get us back, yeah.
All right. Then, whenever you're ready, I suppose.
Now's as good a time as
Now's
any.
as good a time as any.
Shit.
All right, gather around. She kind of puts her arms out and gestures for you to reach in like a hand circle.
Come on, Grog.
We're taking Kima?
Kima! Can we take Kima?
Do we want to take
Should we
Kima?
take Kima? Are you guys
think
gonna
we
find
should.
her?
Of course. She's.
too
I have
many
to
there,
go
isn't
get
it?
her, but
No, it's
She
perfect.
said 8. Oh, 8
Eight
along with
addition.
you.
8 along with me.
Oh.
We're just reconning.
Yeah, this
Leave
is fine.
Kima.
This is fine. Let's
Yes.
just go.
She's a you know, we always take her and leave you. Why don't we flip
Technically,
that?
Trinket
Flip
is
the
our
script.
Just
right?
don't tell her. She gets a bit testy when she's not included.
It's all fantastic.
All right, very well. And she takes your hands. Some of you close your eyes, some of you don't. But that familiar rush of warmth underneath the stomach begins to fill your chest cavity. Grog,
No telling.
Grog
No,
puts on the
never
side and
let
it
go.
distracts you momentarily before you watch the ground beneath you, this line of blue arcane energy begin to link each one of your feet together in this circle. As it does, these star-like extensions begin to appear out in the center, and as soon as they all meet into one crystalline structure, there's a flash of light, and your vision goes white, and as it slowly adjusts to the daylight, the light breeze seating you, you look around and see yourselves now standing within the Authenden Pass, which is this large rocky ravine that rides up on each side of you to these tall cliff sides, edges of the very, very southwest side of the Cliffkeep Mountains. This is far north of Iman, and while you see the ground itself is very cracked land, you can see dry and long dead bushes. You see bits and pieces of what look to be dead trees that have, for a long time petrified, broken over, or just been left without much of an actual fertile ground to exist in. You glance off to the kind of eastern side of your direction, and you can see what appears to be a very large cluster of reddish-brown trees, a forest there that is long died, or at least is definitely in the fall season type of color change. But the vegetation around here is very sparse, very scrub, and in some cases very dry and dead. You do see to the immediate northwest of your current location, clinging to the side of the mountain cliff, what you assume is Fort Daxio, a massive stronghold built of gray and brown stone, an outer wall perimeter that completely surrounds it, buttressed against each side of the cliff, and within you can see a multi-tiered fortress structure within, built specifically for defending against any sort of army siege or incursion.
Whoa.
That's what I'm talking
Way
about.
bigger than I expected it to be.
That's what I'm talking about.
Can I check the skies? Anything flying around?
Make a perception check.
Hey. This'll go well.
That was a lot more disorienting than the trees.
You begin to look up and you see what looks to be a small bird. And it's really small and it's really cute. And your eyes kind of watch it and you watch it fling off that way.
Pike!
Oh, look it.
What?
It's a little.
Yeah, he's tiny, right?
It's so cute.
Yeah, he chirps, I bet.
It's a little Thorbilly.
Can you make him land on your... Can you make the Thorbilly land on your
Favorite
finger
birds.
like a Disney princess?
Can I? This is so dumb. Yes, I'm gonna try.
Look, an animal handling
Go ahead.
check.
I was gonna say, make an animal handling check.
Whoa! Have we ever?
We've never. Wait, we done one?
One. I don't remember why. We did it.
Don't remember.
Oh my god, you've got really good animal handling.
Well, all right.
And you rolled a dick.
Is it a dick?
Okay, 9.
That's kind of a dick.
You make 3 kung 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 clomping plate armor full pike steps before the bird is up into the sky.
It was a baby
Yeah.
Thorbilly, so
Yeah,
they're
he's
a
very
little more shy.
That's all right, excellent.
Does it look like anybody's in the fort looking down at us? Are we far enough away?
Make a perception check. You're a few hundred yards off,
Fucking
so
shit balls. 16.
16. Okay, best you can tell, you do see some shapes along the top of the outer battlements, the wall that surrounds the structure. However, from this distance, you're not sure if they have seen you yet.
All right.
Best you can tell, it's shit balls.
It's shit balls up there. Just lots of shit.
What's a shit ball?
You don't want to.
Hey,
Is
if
that
we
like a
walk up to
foreign
the
cuisine?
Is that a fort
what's our cover story?
No cover story. We tell them who we are and what we're doing here.
We are dragon fighters bringing the fight to their town.
They've got
No, we're not
Another
bringing the
town.
fight here.
We are looking
We
to
are
fight
looking.
here.
Shit, we are. That's the plan. That's
This
the
is not a
plan.
town.
It's not a town. It's
Well,
It's a
whatever
fort.
it is, I don't think we should tell them that we're dragon fighters bringing the fight to their fort.
Good
Well,
point.
actually, that's a good point. Whose fort is this?
Daxio's, who's in Singorn. No, it
No,
is,
really,
right?
she's absolutely
Well,
right.
that is the War Master who's been assigned by Iman. This is technically where the majority of the military of Iman is stationed.
Oh, so they might
This is
know us.
Amon's military?
They probably
Correct.
did.
Not
Oh, see,
Singorn's.
we're great.
Yeah,
we're like
this is the Iman's
commissioned
military.
protectors of
military.
Iman.
And we're gonna war with
yeah,
her. She's
they're
on
at
At
council.
war as well.
Yeah,
So
okay.
this is
This is already going well.
we're protecting the world.
Super
All
good.
right.
yeah.
Well, yeah. If
This
it's
is
for Amon,
specifically
then
where
it's
you
for
want
Amon.
things to
But
attack.
they might
as
be
opposed to
skittish,
towns.
so we should probably just have a little protection as we go up there.
Do we have any idea on who we're talking to?
Dudes.
All right.
I think their commanding officers are in Singorn. For the most part.
Do we need like a white flag as we approach?
Sure.
Do you want to hold up Pike as we
I can
walk
just whip my
closer?
hair.
Whip my hair back and forth.
Whip my hair back and forth.
Yeah, it's 5th level. You can do that. As you guys begin to approach the outside of Fort Daxio, you can see a number of the figures on the wall beginning to move faster and gathering at edges. You can see what looks to be one of a few defensive ballista being locked in. And Allura begins to kind of step to the front and she puts her hand up. Don't worry, let me do the talking for this.
Oh, okay.
As you guys begin to approach the gate, you hear a small horn just kind of give off this arrival notification. This, but like deeper and much cooler sounding. Because I'm not because I'm not a war horn.
With a kazoo.
Poor Daxio, it's very it's very sparsely
All their
run
horns
right
were
now.
broken in the war.
Yeah, well, they took him with them. They left the regiment behind with a small conch shell. It's partially broken.
Piggy's got the gun. There they go.
Did we just find your Achilles heel? Horns?
Voices.
Man of 1,000 voices, animals, creatures. Can't do horns.
And no horns.
We're bringing in D.
There you go. You have one.
I don't do horns. They sicken me.
Oh, it's more hit points. And skill back. Just keep a tally. All right. As you approach, they begin to gather, and Allura steps forward. She takes a few more steps and then stops, puts her other hand up to give you kind of a signal to hold back. She speaks out across the expanse. Arcanist Allura Vysorin, member of the Taldori Council, here with allies to speak with who resides within. Will you allow us passage? There's a pause. You hear the sound of the ballistic crank being loosened, and you see the 2 front gates just slightly open. She puts her hands down. Very well. Walk with me.
They didn't even check us out. Just letting us in.
Be on your guard. They're too trusting.
As you guys approach the gates and begin to walk through, you can see there's about 15 guards stationed above the top that all have cocked crossbows that are just trained on you guys.
Never mind.
Not like directly ready to fire, but just cautiously watching you as you progress.
Pretty low.
Allura leads through, leading you guys into the main entryway, and as you walk into this front area, it's the kind of pseudo courtyard or central area between the wall and the stronghold itself. The same cracked exterior, but you can see there are elements of, there's a trebuchet over there. There are counter siege weaponry. Some of it kind of unused for a while and probably in need of some level of repair. You do see a number of other armored individuals, and the armor you see the military stationed here is much more than the arms of Iman or any of the local guard that you're used to. These are very, very heavy regimented plate, tower shields. You can see spears that are very, very nasty looking and very strong in construction. A lot of these almost resemble a lot of the dwarven make you saw in Kraghammer before. So whether this is an alliance through Kraghammer and Iman that came to this, or the design was borrowed to some extent, a lot of the armor is more square and bulky than the more refined armor you've seen in more southern areas of the Taldore continent. Immediately as you step in, while the guards still have their weapons trained on you on the other side of the wall, you see 10 individuals approaching armored, and you can see these individuals, their shields are large, heavy tower shields with what looks to be some sort of a goldish circular symbol on the front that has an inlay that's almost like a polished mirror. Like a big old oval mirror as part of the center shield itself. As these armored individuals approach, the one of them in the center has her helmet and seems to be leading this push to greet you at that front. You see a woman, very stern look, dark skin, very short ebony hair, and a very tough, kind of dour expression on her face as she kind of quickly brushes up towards the front, and as she steps forward, she slams her shield into the ground and kind of gives a nod as the rest of the soldiers stop. She bows her head and goes, Allura, so, we finally have answer from the council. It's been silence for weeks. Allura kind of bows her head and says, General, let me introduce you to our allies here. These are Vox Machina. They are friends. And the general breaks in once more into the conversation and says, that's fine. So, you're here with your allies. Any word from Mikhail? Any word from the rest of the regiments?
They're in Singorn.
Still in Singorn.
As far as we know.
All right. Well, and you see kind of her tension, the tension that's been kind of building in her since she approached you guys begins to slowly fade with this kind of sense of just digesting the difficulty of the situation. There's an awkward pause, and Allura says, Can we speak in less, and she kind of looks up at the rest of the battlements, less armed circles, if you don't mind. And the general looks up and nods. Very well. My apologies. I am General Eli Gorafon.
Eli Gorafon?
Eli Gorafon. I am the commander of the Aegis Regiment, and I welcome you, for the time being, to Fort Daxio. Follow me. And she turns heel and begins to march at a very brisk pace back in towards the stronghold itself. The other soldiers turning around as well, and Allura gives you all kind of a head nudge to follow suit.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. This is going great. We haven't even done anything wrong yet.
Weapons.
It's awesome.
Give us time.
As you're walking around, Keyleth, Vex, and Vax, you guys kind of looking over the number of soldiers that are here. You have roughly 20 or so you see along the top of the wall, maybe 25 to 30 that occasionally seem to be stepping around the base of it or in the interior of this main courtyard. For the entirety of the army of Iman, the regiment that's here, it doesn't seem to be very busy or very, very well
Stocked.
staffed. I'm looking for. It's not. There aren't a lot of people here. This regiment is not extremely large. It looks like this may be the defensive regiment that is left behind to guard the fort when other regiments are sent out on whatever duties they're
You
supposed
said
to
we
go.
saw like 40,
Like 50 people.
40, 50 soldiers on the outskirts of the stronghold. You don't know how many are inside necessarily,
It's
but
like the Alamo,
it's fairly lightly guarded right now at the moment.
which ended well.
Depends on who you ask, really.
As you guys enter the stronghold, it's beautiful in its construction. It also looks like it's been in some level of disrepair. It's definitely built for function, and the furniture and decor in the interior is very simple, very pragmatic. It is made for function more than presentation. You're led through 2 small hallways to the right to one central chamber where it looks like there are just a series of benches and chairs, whatever what has been assembled to the area and kind of pulled to the center area. It's not. It would be considered a conversation room or war room in some circumstances, but it's very kind of haphazardly thrown together. You also do notice that there are a couple of rooms that have a foul stench, and as you glance off to the left into the inside, you can see there are what looks to be piles of folded dark material.
Toilet paper.
You are.
Are we walking past?
It's your favorite
that room?
terrain. But you guys are led into
Only
this main
double
chamber.
play.
Well, I mean, do we like walk by the door?
Yeah, do we just pass by those
You
things?
just need to walk by and you kind of glance over and see
Can
it
we
as you
see
go.
what it is? It just looks like dark folded material.
Yeah, if you want to stop and look behind, you get a closer look. It's a hide type material. It looks folded, and then as you walk in, you can see it's actually a series of piled corpses and some sort of leathery creature or creatures that have been kind of pushed into an area there.
I'm going to take this moment to change out my attunement for my gloves from my sword. So I'm going to put my gloves on and unattune to my sword.
Okay.
Okay, just doing that.
Alrighty.
General, how many soldiers does this fort support?
As she enters the chamber ahead of you and turns around and kind of sits in her chair, her shield set to the side. We currently now, as the Aegis Regiment, have a grand total of 225 soldiers.
Pretty good.
And how many can be here?
As far as all the regiments,
Yeah.
we're looking at between how many survive a return from Singorn, close to 2,000.
So you have 225 here currently.
We do.
And how is morale? Everyone have enough supplies and ready to defend the fort if needed?
To be perfectly honest, and the door closes behind you as 2 of the guards kind of step in front and kind of just watch it as you all kind of find your seats or at least stand in the space. General Ellie goes, to be perfectly honest, we are very low on supplies. Any of the trade routes to and from Crackhammer have been constantly harried by wyvern riders. We've had to defend our location a couple times by some errant, wandering sentinel wyvern rider shipments. It's been... We're on the edge of starvation.
Yeah. Any, pardon my bluntness, but any flybys by Thordak himself?
Thankfully, no. He would tear into this place in but an instant. We only have bits of information we've had from a few scouts we've sent southward. We've had some conversations to and from Iman, but only half of them have even returned, and those that have say that it's a very dire situation. So we've been awaiting any word we can from Mikhail. From the War Master. And nothing. So as far as I know, and have known, we are on our own and left possibly to die while the rest of this entire country burns to the ground. So seeing some seemingly friendly faces, and she kind of nods towards Allura, is the best news I've had in a very long time.
In your War Master's defense, it might be beyond his control to get back here.
Things are dire.
Thordak is changing the entire landscape to be very similar to the Fire Plane.
And he's stuck in the Feywild.
Who's stuck in the Feywild?
Yeah, who is stuck in the firewall?
The War Master here.
Mikhail.
Yeah, Mikhail.
Olive Singorn, actually.
Telling them this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, at least I know that they weren't wiped out, and that's good news. But still, we're not enough to even attempt an incursion on Iman by our own.
Well, that is true, and that is the purpose for our visit.
We may be able to help, though. At least we're resources.
Oh, I would say so.
Definitely.
We have to. That will be job one.
How is the land around the fort? Do you have any farmland currently?
What little bit grows here is not of the edible variety. We have to rely on the farmlands of Iman for most of our produce, and those have dried up, so we've been left to hunting and slaughtering what is available, which is not much these days, as we're constantly in battle with the giants of the north to keep some semblance of food intake, to keep our soldiers fed and living.
And we'll have to.
Some bee in here.
Maybe send some, just throw some food through a tree when we open it up. Just like
Sandwiches!
some corn.
Sandwiches!
Take
Sandwich!
Spaghetti!
Yeah, could we load up a cart though?
Yeah, we
Well,
could.
but can't Keyleth like make some farmland like right here in the fort, a little small little garden?
It
Maybe.
takes
sort of
a
thing?
while.
It
But
takes 8 hours,
That's
but
not long.
Well,
it seems like we might have to do some field trips anyway.
We
to
can
round up
also.
the herd.
The airship will be heading here anyway. We can load it
that's
with
true.
supplies as well.
To here or to...
To here. Everything will be coming here if
that's
things
right.
go the way that we hope they will.
General, can I ask, are you close with Mikhail?
I've been under him for 15 years, yes.
Consider yourself friends.
Friends?
You're the worst.
Just, I mean, in like, it didn't even take a second. Not 1 second.
I didn't even. I didn't
decency.
even.
I specifically
Lovely.
looked left, hoping.
So I was like, put straight down.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry. You've been under him for how long?
15 years.
15 years. That's a long time.
Long.
Yeah, pick a fight. Pick a fight with the general. That's good.
Allura,
It's Tantra.
are these trusted? And Allura kind of nods. Very. They have a thought. More of a plan. A plan that, if it works, should put us in a much more advantageous position in the conflict with the Chroma Conclave. Please, give them your ear, give them your respect. They've proven time and time again to be capable.
Forgive us, we've just been through a lot, Ellie.
We've actually already killed 3 of the 5 Chroma Conclave.
She kind of leans back in her chair. Is this true?
I reach in and I pull out one of the teeth and throw it on the table.
I can't just keep
Kind
giving
of like
those
catches
away.
it. in the
We've
middle.
got like so many.
I don't like.
Should write your email address on those.
Yeah,
She gives you a very stern look and kind of eyeing you over, trying to give you a read, and then slowly it goes from group to group. Well, then perhaps this is our salvation. Throws the tooth back to you.
Well,
See that? That's good catch.
Thanks, guys.
before we get ahead of ourselves, our hope is that we think we can lure Thordak out of the city. And we think we can get him into a piece of terrain that gives us the advantage. We were hoping this would be where we consolidate our forces and make a stand against him.
You wish to bring the Cinder King here?
Not
If
just
we
the
can.
Cinder King. We would also bring allies to support you and to buffer your forces. And hopefully with enough planning time to get you and your men back on their feet, well fed and ready for a fight.
We're hoping we'll be able to bring Mikhail and Singhor's army back as well.
Mikhail's Navy.
We either face him in his home, in his terrain, with his guards everywhere, with people we cannot trust everywhere, or we lure him out and we bring him somewhere where we know the terrain, where we have places to hide, where we are prepared for him.
She nods and leans forward, kind of putting one hand over the other and her elbows on each of her knees in her chair. And what makes you think a creature of such power and intelligence would ever leave such an advantageous position to be vulnerable?
To kill us. We are the bait, and we are also the dragon killer. So he will come here to kill us, or to at least investigate our whereabouts, we hope. And when he arrives, we'll wait in an ambush.
Very well. If you're confident, you have Fort Daxio and the Aegis Regiment behind you. I just hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, we do. We've killed, like, a number of them, and none of us have died yet.
Well,
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, we started with this many, and this many is still here.
I mean,
is
technically,
what I mean.
Yeah.
started the day with this many.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
What's unconsciousness?
You can see her expression drop a little bit into a curled eyebrow of confusion.
Three down.
There's no guarantees, but this is the best bet. This is the best place for us at this point. I'm sure you'll understand.
Do you
There
have
are no
underground
guarantees.
facilities, something that guards against dragonfire?
And we noticed a few of the trebuchets when we walked in. How many of those do you have?
Functional 3.
We can work on that.
Percy?
How many non-functional?
12.
We can work on that.
Very not functional. Look, this is... Siege warfare hasn't been necessary for a very long time, let alone counter siege. Fort Daxio hasn't been under attack in close to 200 years.
It could happen. When was the last time ancient dragons took over the land?
Which is exactly why we don't have any dragon fire protected subterranean tunnels.
Right.
My apologies, but, you know, even our budgets are limited.
Well, we can get to work. We can get people in. We can start making this place ready, and we can start making a plan. We have a lot of power and a lot of energy at our disposal.
Yeah, it's a montage waiting to happen.
How soon do you imagine this to transpire?
The montage?
Oh, we can get started right now.
No, I mean, call... Wait! She waves her hand and interrupts the montage. Wait.
Gonna build some tunnels and make it cool.
It will take us a few days, if not
At
weeks, to
least.
summon all of our allies here. And we'll need to get your forces ready as well. Is this something that you can fully support? I mean, would you rather fight bravely against a dragon than die a slow starvation death?
We exist here as protectors of Iman and the Council of Taldore. With the current state of things, what's left of those things we choose and have given ourselves to protect, if we can, we will. So yes.
Rockin'.
Well, step one is food, then.
Yeah, resources and food.
What time is it here? Just creating farmland all over the world.
I'd say it's
Green giant.
it's midday.
Midday?
We need some source of water, too.
We have one pitcher of water whenever we need it.
Yeah, baby.
Actually, do they have a? They might already have a well here.
Like a well?
Yeah, they have. It still rains here, and you know it has watershed elements that come through the Ophinden Pass from the Cliffkeep Mountains. It's just the ground in this particular valley, like elements of the Cliffkeep in the north. It just isn't very fertile for any sort of vegetation to take root.
No food can grow underground, is there?
Yeah, I saw this movie called The Martian. If we shit all over everything,
Yeah.
it'll grow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just lots of poop.
Lots of potatoes grow from shit.
What's the movie?
We could make a composting system for them.
So you can't grow anything?
Oh yeah.
Can I
but-
go out
yeah.
to? There's just. Can I get someone to kind of take me to like a courtyard or something like that?
I mean, they have the courtyard is the area between the outer wall and the fortress itself, which is all built into the side of the mountain.
Can I do some sort of, druidy soil test, pH test or something like that?
Scale it.
Make a nature check.
How many people fit
See
in
if I
there?
can grow stuff here. With like a plant growth spell. Just a nature check? 15.
15. I mean, it doesn't take too much for you to find out, but the dirt here, the land itself, is very nutrient devoid. It is a near salt and rock land, which is why a lot of it does not facilitate.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's.
Can I not fix that with like a plant growth spell?
Do you have a spell that can fix that?
Does plant growth fix that?
Let's read the spell.
Let's read the spell.
We have options.
Don't have fuel at the time.
We can
Well,
get.
for at least a day, I could create a soup kitchen. Like
Out of the
people
mansion?
could just come in,
chicken up the wall.
take a bowl and
Yeah.
leave.
Could they have something with veggies?
So they'd have
in
to eat it there first.
Plant
right?
growth affects plants that already exist, as opposed to the actual land itself.
Shit.
All plants in a half-mile radius.
Curses and taint.
Isn't there something that turns the land fertile?
Poop.
What's poop?
Just everybody
That's like 5th level.
drink a lot of coffee. Do you
Lots
have
of
coffee?
horses? Lots of horses?
But I mean, Scanlan, until we are ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah,
on
I mean, I
whatever plan
could
we
create
make,
a soup kitchen
once a
basically.
day, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll, we can just have a bread line going in and out.
In the
but we're not
meantime,
gonna
yeah,
be here
Percy could
solid
take a
for
look
2
at some of the
weeks.
weaponry. Maybe look at like building a tunnel or like a bunker.
When's the next general? When's the next feeding time for your next shift of men?
We've had to relegate it to just morning and afternoon meals to help ration our supplies. So I would say 4 hours till dusk. That would be the next allotted mess time.
Can this actually work? Can we use the spell this way? Is this?
What, the mansion?
Yeah.
They can
Sure,
go
I
in and
think
eat.
so,
As
right?
long as they eat it there.
Right?
It's like the Sizzler.
It's a unique way of utilizing it.
Very
I
interesting.
don't see why not.
It's a sizzler. I like it.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I
Shitballs.
feel like chicken.
I can't.
Chicken tonight.
Is the mansion
Hold it down,
disappearing?
hold it
Talked
down.
about this.
Sorry.
Oh.
I had an alarm to take off my shirt.
Pornhub.
Oh,
Oh, no.
you did.
I have to wear 4 shirts tonight because of reasons.
Really?
Yeah, it's an anal thing. I've worn 70 different shirts on 73 episodes of the show. So if I wear 4 tonight, that's 1 for every
Oh
episode.
my god.
Oh, wow. That makes sense. That's time well spent.
Thanks, Mark Summers. I appreciate that.
It's organized.
Sure.
No, I'm okay.
Liam and I will give you a dunking in the bathroom after.
You'll get a swirly.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was.
Are we going to double back to Dad
We have to, right?
soon?
We have to at least send word.
I
That's
don't
the
know how we
first thing
send word to the Feywild without going to the Feywild.
Well,
I can plane shift us there
Fuck yeah.
after we sleep, and I learn it the next morning.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah, I
think
mean,
now
yeah.
that
Yeah.
now that you've brought us there, do you think you could get us closer
Oh, you can just take it straight
I can
to
take it
single.
straight there.
straight
Yeah.
there? That works.
Percy, what do you think of looking at all this on weaponry? Can you-
I'm going to look at the battalions, see if I can dredge up some people who actually know how these things function, and start seeing how difficult it would be to get the ones that are broken working.
Okay.
Can I kind of figure out if the ground is sturdy enough if I start digging little bunkers that would be okay?
Bunkers for.
Like
Underground
underground.
bunkers? For hiding from a
Kind of how we did
flaming
with
dragon breath?
Whitestone.
I mean, you could
Yeah, like,
probably.
we
Yeah,
put
it's
in-
it's hard packed, like
Western?
very solid ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whitestone.
Western. That's what you did.
Western.
Western
We did that bunkers.
bunkers.
Didn't we do underground stuff in Whitestone too, then?
You did.
I did a
Yeah,
bunker
a little bit.
under the Sundry,
Yeah, yeah.
kind of.
We do a lot of
Not
bunkers.
As,
Not
yeah.
underground
A lot of
Like a bunker.
bunkers.
At this point, Keyleth almost has a burrowing speed.
Yeah.
So,
It's like that Fallout mini game that they came out with, the app. Yeah, it's
People live
basically
in the
that.
sewers.
Do we want to crack out the
Yeah,
mansion?
yeah. Totally.
Yeah, sure.
People. Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
crack out the mansion.
Okay.
Where should I put it, General Ellie?
I'm not entirely
Oh,
certain
I'm
as
sorry.
to what you're attempting to do here.
Through magical means, we are all, not to brag, we are all super powerful. We're like a band of traveling superheroes. One of the things that I can do is like make a room or a home, a magical home where everyone can sort of go in and get a quick meal and then go back out to work again. So with your permission and a location, I can create this magical dwelling.
keeping her eyes trained on you, she leans over towards Allura. I can't tell. Is the little man fucking with me?
Yes, that a lot.
And Allura goes, usually yes, but no, he's being completely honest right now. Then by all means, yes.
Is there a spot where you would like your men to...
Follow me to the mess hall.
Certainly.
She seems legitimately spooked and unsure what to make of you. But leads you on anyway.
Most women are.
But yeah, you can set up in the mess hall entranceway. There was like a large hall with long tables, and she says that would be probably the most optimal place to go ahead and set up shop there. So.
Question.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Logistical question.
Okay.
That's the word I was looking for.
There you go.
Okay.
Stuff and things.
Stuff and things.
Burning peppers.
Things and stuff. They are low on meat because they're low on animals?
Most of their food was being brought by the trade routes. Since then, they've had to hunt for food and go off of whatever stock in store they had, and even that's running really low. And they don't, they're hard pressed to maintain.
Could I do like a conjure woodland beings and conjure like a bunch of deer?
Fuck yes.
Like, and then we could just play.
Do they disappear?
Play shooting range.
Do they disappear when they're dead?
In the
Right,
courtyard.
they disappear.
Do they?
Summon
Yep.
that
They do.
pony.
They
Damn it.
disappear.
As soon
I can't
watch
do
that meat
Never
go.
mind. Oh,
Sorry.
That's mean.
Just like the pixie.
No, I don't do that. By
Right.
the way,
Yeah.
I was asking ahead of time because that would be mean. Alright, never mind.
Also awesome.
I'm trying to figure this
Not a
out.
good idea.
One druid got to level 3 and then just opened its own hunting emporium and never became an adventurer again.
Supply for days.
Yeah. All right. So you're setting up the mess hall. You're checking in to see. Go ahead and make an investigation check, Taliesin, if you don't mind.
Ew.
7?
7.
Wow, that's like my kind of number.
Little.
Asking around over the next couple hours or so, it appears that most anyone who would be a specialist in any sort of siege weaponry was part of the other regiments that are not longer part of Daxio. And even so, some of the weaponry that was here, it looks like it was ordered partially just to get the money in. A lot of the trebuchets that are functional are very, very dry rotted and have seen many, many rainy winters and haven't really been kept up. You're not even sure if they'd fire. And the ones that have broken down, a lot of the wood just rotted. There isn't a lot of weaponry. It looks like the 3 could be fixed up and be functional, but the ones that aren't, it would take you like weeks with new lumber and new materials to even get them remotely functional.
All right, we can make do. I will work on the 3 that are. I will definitely start making plans for the 3 that are functional, just to get them in tip-top working condition, and then
with successful tinkering checks on this, with a few borrowed hands for manpower, you could probably repair 1 per day of work. That's like a full 8-hour day of work. So just be aware of that.
All right. The other thing is, and how many more of them were just disheveled and broken?
12.
About 12 of them.
And they each had their own like spot.
Some of them, the 3 that are still semi-functional, are kind of pulled back about 60 or so feet from the edge of the walls, and then the rest of them are actually been wheeled over into the corner and have all been kind of just jammed up on the edge, unused, and not to take up space. So.
Okay, that'll start at the very least. I'm just going to look for any improvements that can be made in defensive measures against flying creatures in any way that if we're using some stone shape, we can make this even more defendable against flying creatures, etc.
General, just because, like, I'm an inquisitive mind, what is, like, the travel time from here to Amon? Like, on foot, on a beast, those 2.
On foot, I'd say it would put you at about 5 to 6 days.
Shit.
Horseback, straight through without sleep and running the beast into the ground, you could do it in a day.
Wow. Cool. Good deal.
Trying to think of bringing
Buy
back
airship.
supplies.
Huh?
Are you trying to think of bringing back supplies?
No, I was just seeing if I could like run there in the night and back.
Just to scout it out.
No, I'm not fucking running over there. You crazy? Curious.
Anything else anyone else is looking to do?
I mean, I guess I can start on the underground bunker for tonight, I guess.
I'll start on one of the oh god, my brain has just completely turned to mush. Trebuchet, thank you.
Okay.
Love the word.
Go ahead and make tinkering check.
What are you guys gonna do?
Is there like that mess hall? Is there like a gathering quarters for like the soldiers?
There is a barracks built into the stronghold where many of the soldiers sleep. There's a common area with general tables, card games, and just things to pass the time. There's a small library with various books. You get the sense here as being to walk around and see the soldiers, since these guys are essentially the defensive reserves for Daxio, and Daxio doesn't see a lot of military action. It's very much a train and wait type circumstance. And many of the soldiers, though they have grown a little gaunt in the face from just lack of resources, also appear to be as emotionally drained from having nothing to do, and this constant kind of stressful uncertainty about their future fate has this air of very low morale within the fort.
General, please don't take this the wrong way. Do you trust your men?
I do. I trust them. I trust their ability. I trust that they've stayed here with me in the face of all of this opposition, and believe that my orders and my requests to stay vigilant in the face of such possible destruction, having been met with continued agreeance, that they will follow me as needed until our end.
And there are none that you worry about, none that have expressed a lack of confidence, none that you're keeping your eye on, giving you a weird feeling.
None that live.
I like that answer. Shit.
Oi, twinsies.
Oi.
Maybe you should fly up, and if Thordak's gonna attack from the air, want to see like where the spot is that he would attack, like the spot of weakness from above.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We're thinking about tomorrow though as well.
Oh.
In the morning, yeah.
Maybe we should pop over to Singon.
Could you take the two of us, Keyleth?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we'll fly up. Let's do that.
All right, so you guys go ahead and coast up to do what? To
Just
see
to
if there's
see-
anything of use. See if there's anything to be gleaned.
Because it's on the cliffside, right?
Bird's eye view.
Yeah, it's built on the if you look at the large ravine that is carved through this portion of the mountain there, from your perspective, looking like at the map down this way, it is on the western side of the ravine against the mountain.
Okay.
So you guys coast up, looking up, matching the very, very height of the mountain, the bluff that leads down into the ravine itself, and you can see just over the edge the ocean of the Osmond Sea that heads off westward. You can see a little bit of the light as the sun comes down to a sunset. You can see it kind of glittering across the waves in the distance. You can see the little mountain range just to the north of Amman that's just peering over the edge, and you can see a little bit of a dark spot in the very distance, just on the horizon, that you gather is where Amman is. You can see it from this high up, even though it is but a small spot.
From a distance.
What?
It looks almost peaceful up here.
Sure.
What are we doing? Do
Not
we see
enjoying
anything?
the view.
Do
Yeah,
we
I
see
start
anything
to look
interesting
down around. Is there anything?
that seems useful for, like, if we put something on the cliffside or something, maybe to a hideout, somewhere to hide from view, something like that?
Is there anything we didn't see coming up, or is it all plain to view?
Both of you guys make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Oh, that was almost awesome. It's 19.
23.
Ooh.
You guys take the next hour or so coasting along the edge of the mountain range, the top of the ravine itself.
Oh, is it a mountain?
It is a mountain range, and the ravine itself kind of carves through a portion of it. So you have right and left side. Yes.
At the 59-minute mark, I fly over and sit on the back
it a
of my
favorite
sister's
terrain?
broom.
Is your favorite terrain mountains?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you get advantage in that.
Oh, well, 20.
But still, I mean, you do have the advantage at the top of these mountains of a wider range of view. It's good for somebody who's expecting an incursion from any sort of flying creature or creatures, that it would be a great place to put a scout as a warning system should anything begin to make its way towards the fort from Iman or beyond. I mean, there are places where you could, in theory, drop things down the edge of the mountain that would use the ravine almost like a bowling alley, essentially, large boulders and rocks, which is a favorite tactic of many stone giants and other giants who use mountain terrain to their advantage. But beyond that, there's no other terrain that you think would, outside of you coming up with a creative use of it, there's nothing that is glaring to you as an advantage in the coming fray.
We could put somebody in a hidey hole up here.
Yeah.
And if they see anything, they just drop like a stone down to a designated area and let people know.
Yeah, they could throw out one of those flare-like gemmy thingies.
Oh, yeah, we have those.
Or ring a bell.
Yeah. A bell's probably the best idea.
Any of those.
All right.
You want to take us down? This broom is still always rides up my ass when I ride on it.
Oh, because your little wings are dead.
Yes,
All
they
right,
are.
I'll float us down on my ever-flying broom.
Ow.
Okay, so you guys descend.
I go down pretty slow just to make Sapphire a little bit longer.
Okay.
We're getting close though, yeah?
What?
What?
To take out all of this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kill him or die trying.
that's right.
Both of you guys make a perception check if you could.
Oh shit. Using change.
Oh, that was so close to a 1, but it wasn't. 20.
22.
22. Okay. As you guys come down, you catch up with.
Oh, wait, no, 26. My math was wrong.
That's okay. As you guys come down,
Your heart was true.
into the bottom of the ravine, you make it down safely into Fort Daxio together with the rest of your compadres for the evening.
We didn't see it.
As you at this point, by the way, Scanlan, you are currently, because you have to be present to designate anybody who can enter your mansion. You are like the one-person homeless shelter. You are just bringing through soldier after soldier into there, and they all look confused, bewildered, and many of them kind of stop and be like, what is going on?
Name on the list? What's your name?
I am...
Name?
Are you... What is
Listen,
going...
man, do you want some food or not? What's your name? I got a big list here. There's no
Kevin
girl with
Simpson,
you.
just let me... Please, I'm
Do you
hungry.
have a plus one? Do you have a plus one?
I have a plus...
You're in. You're
All
in.
right.
You're in.
One after another, the servants taking to them. Many were like kind of like, some of them seem genuinely spooked and like kind of freaked out by the spiritual servants and kind of avoiding them as they go on.
Chicken.
The smell of food hits them though. The ever smell of chicken cooking through does catch them, and they all seem to eventually get past their fear of the servants as the fantastic meal of relatively neutral flesh is served to them in your dining hall.
There's still no veggies, huh? They could probably use some vegetable nutrition at
I'm
this
sure
fort.
they boil the chicken in like an onion.
Do they?
sort of
Or is it like a
water.
chicken broth that they boil?
They have the
chicken in?
fusaka now. They put a little of
Oh,
that in.
that's good,
Spices
that's
it up a bit.
We've got a 300-year supply of it.
All right. Keyleth, explain the bunker you're building for me if you could.
Should I do it, I imagine, on the inside? Like in the
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
courtyard?
down, like, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of in the courtyard, kind of make a underground
Think the
Okay.
fallout out.
pod.
Right,
Big
right.
fallout.
So at some point, and I would say, was it closer to the wall or closer to the actual fortress itself? The entrance that leads to the underground pathway.
I imagine closer to the fortress,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
On the inside?
Okay.
Deep in,
And
deep in there.
Yeah.
So you have a gradual decline
Deep in there.
near the fortress, is in the courtyard that goes underneath and then kind of mirrors the
Declines.
curvature of the wall, or does it travel perpendicular to it and go underneath the wall?
I imagine we wouldn't want to go underneath the wall.
Right. So let's say here's the fortress, right?
Right.
With the mountain fortress, and here is the wall around it.
Right.
You're essentially building it in the same curvature along, kind of parallel to the outer wall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you build this bunker. You take the better part of the evening and probably the next morning or so to complete whatever the spell's maximum effort.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I need you, with the manpower you have possible with you, Taliesin, go ahead and make a tinkering check. This is going to be with strength.
Come on,
This is a very, very large physical activity. This is less about your intellect or your manual dexterity. This is about
You're
getting
so
up there
strong,
with
Percy. You're so
tools.
strong.
Really
Get
not.
it.
Let the beast out.
Okay.
Can I?
Ooh, you're so strong.
is it-
You do have advantage because you have other men helping you with this, but the DC is relatively high.
Work that wood.
No problem. Easy.
That'll do. 25.
25, okay. While the rest of you are finishing up your events for the evening and preparing to go to sleep, Percy is working tirelessly until the wee hours of the morning. You finish probably 2 hours after midnight with the rest of your crew sore, sweaty, but you have one functional trebuchet that looks like it could handle many, many shots within one battle and still be serviceable.
Shirtless, covered in soot.
Wipes his brow.
As he slowly takes his glasses off.
Takes the water skin and just...
All the soldiers are like,
Taser. Head in the bucket.
Private joke. Boom.
Smack.
Across the face. Thank you. Just for the two of you.
all right, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys take your evening to rest. The next morning, you find yourselves awake, spells restored, hit points restored. Allura comes in and greets all of you and says, all right, so I can also bring us back to Whitestone. I've restored the teleportation spell that I had. Thus, what do you wish to do now?
Number one, never say Whitestone in public, ever.
Around us, especially.
Supplies?
We could still do work here. Here's what has to happen now. Is we need to send word to as many people as possible that we are meeting here for the final confrontation. We have to make sure that work continues here, and then if there's time while our forces assemble and things prepare, we have several things we could do in the meantime.
Right. Keyleth is necessary to get to the Feywild.
We could send...
Right, or a Laura.
Could I theoretically open a tree and send people in? And
To the Feywild, but how would we get back?
No, not to the Feywild, but
Oh.
if we need to send someone to...
Whitestone?
Or
where
we have the stones
Place to
as
shove
well.
it.
Marquette or whatever.
We have the stones
So
as
it's
well.
got to
We
be
have the
Keyleth and
stones.
one of the twinsies go to the Feywild, right?
Can you do any plane shifting things, Pikey Pike? Are you a plane?
Thought you were looking at me for a
Yeah, but
second.
I don't
Yeah.
have it.
Okay.
I don't have it prepared.
I don't have it.
I don't have
I don't
it.
have it prepared.
You know, there is that fire elemental plane with that last vestige. Yeah.
We could. That is absolutely on the table.
Could we? Do we have time for that?
Sure.
It's
Take
going
it
to
back.
take
mean,
us a
it's
week
pikes.
to get this place even remotely ready for this
Oh
confrontation.
shit! Speaking about
Allura, by the way, this says a week. I don't know if we have a week.
Why?
What happens in less than a week?
The minute that that information of Oragol's death finds its way to Thordak, what do you think is going to happen? Retribution is going to fall.
It's going to take a few days before that happens. That even is set into motion.
Are you
Maybe.
kidding?
Let us
I don't
hope.
know.
Could be
It
instantaneous.
it could be any minute
shit.
now. They've been spying on us this whole time. What makes you
Alright,
think it'll
let's
take a
hurry.
few days?
Also, just throwing it out there. If you guys go to the Feywild, isn't there a chance that you don't come back until a month later or something crazy like that? Doesn't time shift
shit.
weirdly?
Make
I
an
just got
intelligence
told,
check.
The last time we came back.
I don't know.
You just add your
Oh,
intelligence modifier.
18.
18. And you could technically add your.
I did.
Oh, you added your D12 to it.
Oh no, not my D12.
Oh, sorry. You could use one of your bardic inspirations to inspire yourself if you wanted to.
Sure, why not? I'll do that. All right, 22 then.
Having journeyed once to the Feywild and a little bit of research you've done since then, there have been people who have been to the Feywild and do speak of some sort of temporal anomaly when traveling to and from. So yes, you are certain that there can be some sort of flexibility as to the time spent there versus the times that is transpired in the prime material plane. So
That sucks.
not a sure thing, but there is some variation to that.
Maybe,
Good idea.
maybe,
What's life
but
without
maybe
risk?
Singorn will have control over that. They can transfer back when they want to.
Let's see what we can do.
They have a huge army.
And they got werewolves in the woods.
I don't know if we'll be able to get word to them.
You just howl.
All right.
Allura just kind of peeks in a bit and says, my only suggestion here is to make sure that you do the things that are absolutely necessary for this, because we don't know when this is going to kick off.
Well, we have to get armies here.
Then let's do it.
That's what we're trying to do.
All right.
Well, wait, don't we need to send word to other places as well?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Yeah, I don't know how to reach like the traveling my herd. Like they're
Isn't there a big horn you blow or something?
no, they wander to and fro.
You can find them probably.
Where were they? They were wandering somewhere specific, though.
We can
Into like the
scry on
Riverlands
them.
or
Were they?
something.
The
Yeah,
Yeah, you
Riverlands?
can scry and find out where they are, and then send someone as mistform you or something, and go
yeah.
catch up with them.
And that just sounds
We'll
like
just
a terrible
spread the
fucking-
fuck out, and then
work to
Thordak
do.
will attack, and none of us will be here.
All right.
Good we got you around.
Stop rolling. That's
Well-
really disconcerting when you just sit there and roll at us.
Well, how do we know that Thordak will
Roll at
even
us.
come here, by the way? He has no reason to
No,
come
I see.
here unless he's deliberately looking for us, which we have no reason
Only.
to believe that he cares to come find us.
Quick list, people. Quick list. Who do we need to
who are you
contact?
thinking of?
Slayer's Take.
Ish. Yeah. Bottom of the list, because I don't think they're gonna help us.
Ravenites.
Ravenites.
Yes.
Singorn.
Sing on.
Singorn. That's a big one.
Soldiers
That's a
from
biggie
there.
And
right
that's a
there.
biggie because it's
huge.
also got these soldiers.
The wolf pack.
Also there, we can howl.
The herd.
The herd.
The herd.
The platinum drag. The
The
Jamasa
Bahamut?
Ord, sort of ish.
Well, we've got that
That's an
thing.
instantaneous.
Yeah, we've got
thing.
that whistle.
Got that.
Sure.
Sure, Ixnay.
okay.
What about Bahamut's people in like Crag in Vasselheim?
That's the Platinum Sanctuary.
Yeah.
That's
What about the Platinum Sanctuary?
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
No, I said the word platinum. I was
Platinum
there.
Dragon.
Oh.
I
And you
think.
robbed me of it.
Sorry.
I did it right.
Sorry.
Craghammer?
Sorry, Grog. You're so smart.
Think we could get
Is there
Craghammer.
anyone else who's
Craghammer
pledged
is
their
close
allegiance to
by,
us?
but
Any other band of traveling idiots that's
We can ask for help from Craghammer as well.
Yeah, it's so close.
They're nearby.
In the Feywild. We'd have to
I
give
could
them the
ask
first
potentially my
rope.
father in the Air Ashari.
Yeah.
I have a hard time asking the Fire Ashari.
Yeah, didn't
There's
the,
so few. There's so few of them.
Yeah,
didn't the
but-
werewolves want to leave the Feywild? Right? They wanted out.
I think so. I don't
Maybe.
know. I think they just wanted out of those woods, but I mean, maybe we can find Artigan while we're there. Maybe he can pop over and we have an archfey helping
How,
us.
do you know? We also have a 2,000 person capacity here. I mean, we can always push it and make encampments on the outside. But what's our ideal number we're trying to hit here?
2,000.
All of them.
A gajillion,
I mean,
as many as we can.
It feels like it's a risk, but the most bang for our buck, our gold piece, is Singorn. There's the most people
yeah,
there.
yeah.
It's
You're
just
right.
a pop over.
And as far as we remember,
So
the
we
people of
need that
Vasselheim, their general temperament is like Vasselheim takes care of Vasselheim.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Vasselheim and the continuation of civilization, and that being the Dawn Cradle, the city that has existed for as long as civilization has,
Yeah.
is to be protected at all costs.
Right.
So while they do and can offer aid occasionally outside of it, not to the detriment of their own defense.
Right.
Is that it? Is that everyone?
I mean, we
Kima.
could go talk to that Earthbreaker
Groon.
Rune.
Where's he?
Vasselheim.
Vasselheim.
There's a lot of different places in like a day and a half.
How do we? Well, if
Well, we
Should
can
we
write.
take
We
the
can write an
photos?
awful lot of letters.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll just show up like
2
Game of
weeks
Thrones
later.
at the last moment. We think we'll overrun, and then all of a sudden another army shows up, and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Laura, do you have some way of messaging people and sending messages like, super quickly?
an instant message.
Sort of to the head
Actually,
of
depending on who it is,
Fastbender.
Fassbender. He's with.
Western.
To be perfectly
Will
honest,
Will.
if it's a creature that I'm relatively familiar with, I can send it to them instantaneously, any distance across the plains.
How many people per
Across
day?
the plains.
Across the plains.
How many times can you do that per day?
For this, probably muster it 3 times. 4
Whoa,
times.
this is major. This
Laura,
is huge.
Did you ever meet with our father in Iman?
Yes, many times.
You
actually.
remember
Mentioned
him?
that.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. He was an interesting individual with the council, especially back when Sir Gregory was with us. But they were friends. But
They
yes,
were?
I did meet him.
Let's not dwell on that one. Well, that would
that
save
would
us
be
an
great.
enormous amount of energy.
And me
Wait.
two 7th level spells.
Sir Gregory Fencer, that was when you first
I
came to
can't-
Oman. He's the gentleman who was part of the council that you were hired by their father to go and inspect because he went missing.
Remember
and you went to his
demons and
house
the
he found out
succubus
he
and
was
stuff?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
It'll take me a 7th level spell to get there, and then I'll have to burn my 8th level spell to get back.
Well, then let's just send word to them.
All right.
Then
So,
save us the talk.
you require word to your father.
Yes.
Who else?
Who's next on the list?
Bigger allies.
Ravenites.
Victor.
The herd. The herd. What about the herd?
I don't think she knows anyone.
You don't know that.
Oh, we could describe
We
them.
we can also.
It's got to be somebody you know.
She knows.
I have to have met them or know
The herd
them
is
to a
ours.
certain extent.
Crankhammer.
Anybody
you
in
ever met-
Craghammer?
Somebody in charge of Crackhammer.
Oh yeah, what?
I have a number of individuals I've met there, yes. I cannot guarantee they're going to be eager to jump into this fray,
That's
but I can try.
possible. Let's put that on the possible
What about
list.
that town that we saved from
I thought of
dissolution?
Western.
Western. They have the.
Western was decimated.
They have the Fastbender that they can
Yeah,
send
but
a
they have
soldier with the
Fassbender.
Fastbender.
Okay.
The
Just-
Arashari? Do we need to contact them? You can do that.
Yes.
Theoretically, I can do that. Once again, might
The
take some
Ravenites? You don't know any Ravenites, do you?
No.
traveling. Oh, I was gonna
afraid
say,
I do
what's her name?
Tuma?
Tuma.
Tuma?
Not Tuma.
It's not a two.
Who is the dragonborn in Vasselheim?
Oh,
The
Topher.
Topher.
Wow. Nice
Whoa.
pull.
Do you know Topher?
Tofu. Yes, Tofu's in the Mon right now.
Fuck.
She is.
Yeah, she is. She is.
Topher is a member of the Tal'Dorei Council. She's one of the council members, one of the survivors that is currently working with, apparently, from what you've heard,
The class.
Yeah, it's Slayers take Vanessa.
Vanessa from
Vanessa
Vanessa.
is the latest.
Slayers.
That's
Do you
what
know
I'm
her,
thinking,
Laura?
Vanessa.
I have not met Vanessa, no.
Well, who do you know
fantastic.
that's really powerful that also maybe has an army that could help us? Anyone that you know that we don't?
I think we've tapped out most of our resources
right, well,
at
let's
this
start
point.
with-
I've reached out to members of the kind of Pansophical, but they have many of them have their own issues to deal with.
They're dicks, kind of, aren't they?
No, they're just busy.
That one guy we met, he was a real dick, though. I mean, he was.
Who did you meet?
Any Underdarky type people? Do they like us?
Long white hair.
Purple eyes. He was in Marquette. Is that what we're thinking of? I'm thinking of a different place.
I don't know if he's a member of the Arcana Pansophical.
Just kidding.
Well, let's start with Singhorn and
Yeah.
Singhorn
Yeah,
and
yeah,
see
yeah.
how it works, right?
And have you ever met my father, Corin, of the Arashari?
I've had no correspondence with the Ashari.
That's
My
fine.
apologies.
No.
I'm doing what I can.
Yeah, no, you're trust me, you're great.
Saved us a trip to the
Feywild
Feywild.
and back.
Send word that if they can contact the werewolves will owe us a favor, I suppose. Not that they will help with that.
Right.
All right, if that's the information you need sent, that require. I have to make 2 messages just to cover both those bases.
Let's
so
just get.
to their father,
Let's just go to the father. We
what
don't
was
need
his
the
name
wolf
again?
pack.
Sildor.
Sildor. Right. 2 messages to gather the army of Amon and Singhorn to return and head towards Fort Daxio.
Yes, if they can just
Post-haste.
pop Singhorn over to Fort Daxio, that'd be killer.
Don't know if that's how the magic works, but I'll definitely put a message in there for that. And to look for werewolves.
As part of the message, that if there's a pack
Is that,
of werewolves,
is that
they-
vital? Should we care about that?
He fucks some shit up.
All right, sure. Yeah,
pretty
why
clutch.
not? Second message. Bring. What was his name?
Spike.
No.
Imdala.
No.
Michael J. Fox.
Ukarat.
Ukarat.
All right, and inquire about bringing Ukarat and the werewolves. All right, I've got some messaging to do and go return.
And when you're back in Whitestone, send the airship our way. Load it with food and supplies if you can.
Very well.
Tell them to be on guard.
Put Kima on there too.
And
Put in
Laura.
anybody who wishes to come fight.
Cash, Kima.
Yes. On the airship?
Can
I'll send him through a tree.
Allura,
Zara.
when you write to our father, will you tell him his children need him?
Gross.
I can do that, yes.
Whatever gets the job done.
I don't know if that will help at
Right,
all.
actually, well,
Call for Kima. I'll bring our allies with us. Either me or Sean have to stay behind to maintain the illusion.
Cool.
obviously.
So your choice.
Oh, Sean.
Yeah.
All right, so Sean will stay behind.
Wait.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's certain death.
No, staying
it's
in
not.
Whitestone is the exact opposite of certain death.
He's protecting everyone.
One of us has to stay to make sure that they do not see Whitestone.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the
Kill
opposite
more.
of certain death.
All right. I'll get these messages off.
Oh my god, is this happening like now?
She takes like 2 steps back and kind of puts one finger in the air, and as it curls, her eyes kind of glaze over with crackling blue energy. And you watch her tongue kind of click across her mouth like she's speaking quietly to herself. Her eyes come back. All right, I've notified your father, Silvo. Once again, her eyes glaze over with crackling blue energy. Her fingers kind of trace in the air, and it looks like she's
Quick,
speaking.
everyone hide while she's doing this, so when she comes back, we won't even be.
She goes back for like,
It's like she's putting on a VR helmet.
All right. Her eyes return. Both messages delivered to your father. And who else did you require to the message?
You don't know anyone else on our list, do you? The Slayer's take, you don't know.
it might be smart to send one to Warmaster Mikhail as well. I know he's in Singorn as well, but it might be good to have a couple people there bringing
It's not a
word.
bad idea. Yeah.
All right, I can do that. Once again, the energy crackles again. You can see she's trying to find the location of someone's presence. It hits, and then she begins to speak quietly to herself. Finishes. Very well. The army has been notified.
Just one more message. No, probably not.
Let me see if
but
she
wait,
can.
what about the clasp or
Nope.
something?
Those are all that she can do. Actually, no. She can cast at a higher level, so she's fine. She can do more. Yeah.
Clasp? Do they like us or hate us? I
They
forgot.
hate us,
They
but
hate us.
no, I don't.
They're
think
already. I think that the clasp are going to be far more useful once they figure out the dragon has left the
Alright.
city.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they necessarily need to be notified of such a thing,
Leave the
although
dragon.
it might not be a
If
terrible
the
idea.
dragon leaves the city.
All right, then we're good for now.
Yep.
And what do we just keep buffeting up this place? Do we have to plan an ambush? How does this work?
We go in. Come on, right now. Full ball.
All right, you and me.
Full blush.
We can
Show
go to
how
the
we
fire
do.
plane really quickly.
We're hoping to tempt him here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why are you so anxious to go to the fire plane all of a sudden?
There's an object. It's from the fire plane. We are facing a fire dragon, which means that either it's something unbelievably useful or something not useful at all. We need ice weapons, we need cold weapons, and we don't have any.
You think we're gonna find those on the fire plane?
Either that or in that ship that we left behind.
You have knowledge of dragons quite well, actually, Vex. You do know that red dragons, are not vulnerable to cold by any means.
Oh, what are they?
They're just resistant to fire.
They're just resistant to fire.
So it doesn't matter. Then.
Are they resistant to? Are they vulnerable to anything? Did I know it?
Insult.
Love.
Cheese.
Love.
Bruised,
Peanuts.
Gonna all walk
bruised
his
bananas.
heart.
Is invulnerable
Bruised
to love, really?
bananas.
Hey, Pike. Did you know that we have all the vestiges except for the one that's in the fire plane, and you'll never guess what it is?
What is it?
What is it? I forgot.
Some plate armor.
It's some
Of like the
plate
dawn
armor.
mortar.
What?
Do you want to go
Which
get
would
it?
be kind of clutch for you.
That might be just a long.
We could maybe pop in and
Laura
out in
was
one
saying
day.
we don't have time.
1 day. What's 1 day?
I don't know if
Hey,
it's
you don't know if it's going to be 1 day.
Well, when we get there, we'll find out. If it's taking too long, we'll pop back. These messages are going to take a while to deliver.
I'm not like a Wonka Vader, man. I can't.
We'd have to spend the night there.
Yeah.
That makes me a little
All right,
nervous.
1 night. They've all eaten today.
We're not
fine.
fighting today.
Involved.
Yeah.
As far as you know, no, there was no vulnerability.
Fuck, really?
Just fine with fire.
Just pure death and destruction.
Well, at least that's a bonus. That means that anything will work just as well as anything else.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Can we go back to the plan, though,
some
about how
vulnerability.
we intend to get Thordak here? We were playing with the idea of fooling Thordak into thinking that Raishan had been killed.
Raishan was going to feed him the information that he thought that we were here, and then vanish.
And that's it.
Yeah.
We think that's going to pull him out.
I think Raishan will
we
be
really
clever
gonna
enough to give him just enough to get.
Do you think Raishan would be willing to let us hack off a little bit of flesh to send?
You'd have to ask Raishan.
You'd have to ask Raishan.
How do
She
we contact
might be
Raishan?
willing to let me do such a thing.
Sure.
Did we establish
Oh,
how
she
we
would, huh?
contact
Yes.
her again?
We have
Nope.
no way to contact
No, wait.
Raishan.
not
Didn't we
afraid
send
of
her
me.
on a mission?
Oh, we did. Yeah, she
Oh,
was.
shit.
She was checking on.
She was going to bring us back some dude.
Oh, fuck!
And we're not even
Assume
there.
was gonna come back.
To not where we are right now.
Fuck!
It was two things. It was Asun and
Soon.
Basum, whatever.
Bassoon. It's Bassoon.
Yeah, Basum. And what was the other thing?
Some other guy.
Oh shit!
Was it
nails.
some other guy?
The last we talked to Raishan, she said, all right, I'll be back in a day. And then we got out of there.
Yeah, we
Well,
made
we're
a big
still,
stink.
it's still
We were
a
like,
day.
do both things.
It hasn't been a day
only
yet.
been-
We haven't spent the night here. We can
Yep.
go back.
Okay. Yeah, no, we
Oh,
did
she was
spend
going
the
to
night
Amon
here.
to hold up the bluff, that everything was cool with Thordak, right?
Yeah.
She was going to bluff, and then she was also going to try and bring back.
It's all right. We can
Somebody's
head home
gotta
for a
go.
bit. Someone's got to go home.
Someone can go, some of us can stay.
Well, all right.
All right, I'll go talk to Raishan.
And you can't leave because you're building, or can you go?
I can leave. We've got one working. If I stay, I will have two working. If I stay longer, I'll have three working. But I will go where we are most useful.
But you
As
want a
of
chunk
now.
of her? Or like a little piece of her?
Something, like a claw or something
Some
to
scale.
drop at Thordak's feet. It'll help with the
But
bluff.
what makes you think that he would lead the charge to come find us? In his eyes, he can just send one of his peons to come smash us.
Thordak?
Yeah.
He's sent all of his dragons and nothing's worked.
That's the goal. We kill the peons, then he comes.
And the more he sends, the more we kill.
Yeah.
Well, if we go like mess up something on the edge of Amon, and we're like, fuck you,
And then
we
run
take
back
off.
here.
Or like Bamf back.
I just don't
And-
believe he'll suffer that much indignity.
If we tell Thordak where we are, he'll probably come with that wyvern army that almost took out Whitestone. Correct?
That's why we need to have a lot of people here to fight them.
Yeah, to balance that out.
And that also means that the class will have an opportunity to take back the city.
While he's gone?
If he leaves with his army, yes. If he leaves his army to actually manage the city.
That's what we talked about.
Either way, it's stretching him thin.
Is it a bit of a practice round if we go to the fire plane? I mean, let's say like we get there and it's just a total shit show, right? Nothing but death waiting for us. We change our mind, we leave. But at least we see like where Thordak's been all this time.
And the other thing that we could glean from the fire realm is possibly figuring out a little bit more about the connection that he had with it. And
Yeah, that
the
too.
Heartstone
Potentially.
seed, ember seed thing.
All right.
I don't
Allura,
know.
Can you send a message to Gilmore or Cassandra or Kima even and let them know, maybe just those three, they're the only ones that know about Raishan, let them know that Raishan is bringing back Assume.
They were there.
I know, but just to make sure everything's fine with that.
I can do that, yes.
All right.
And then we're going to the fire plane?
Yeah, just give it a look-see.
Just pop on down for a bit to the basement.
Yeah, I've got a timeshare there. It'll be
We
killer.
are mad.
I'd kind of like to bring Raishan with us to a fire plane.
No fucking way.
No. What
What?
are we going to do? She's not going to come.
She's not going to come to the fire plane.
She knows it better than anybody else.
She's not going to come to the fire plane. You're right, she does, and I don't think, if I were her, I wouldn't come.
Remember,
Do you want to go, Laura?
What, to the fire plane? I mean, I can. My skills are probably better used elsewhere, but whatever you think is wisest.
We need agents on the ground right now.
True.
All right.
Things need to move forward here.
Okay, then you stay here and keep running things.
If opportunities present themselves to bring more people here or to gather more allies, take them.
All right.
Yeah, let's just pop on down.
Gosh, you guys, it's the
This is a great idea.
The non-martyr is in the city of Brass, which I'm pretty sure is overrun by
This is like a thing.
fire elementals.
It's just a myth though, right? And that was probably written a long time ago, which means like shit could have totally changed. It could
Plus,
be
now we have a lot of
tropical.
money. We can just buy our way through the fire plane.
That works.
Yeah.
Is it
They
stupid?
love-
We'll have
Are we going to
liquid
die in the
platinum.
fire plane?
I think it's a bad idea. I don't think we have time.
Never tell me the odds.
But there's a vestige
I
there.
wouldn't. You don't know addition.
There's a
I
vestige.
mean, we
for
could
free.
go, we can hit the fire shari first and see if Zirconis is there, and maybe see if Zirconis wants to help us out.
If we're all alive in 2 weeks, I'd be happy to go and get armor for Pike, but there's dragons on top of our backs right now.
So what
Laura,
do we-
you're certain as soon as he finds out of Voragol's death that he's going to seek retribution?
No.
I'm not certain, but as soon as he found out about Umbrasils, that's when he sent things looking for us near Whitestone. That was when Voragol and the rest of the army swept through. That was 2 days after Umbrasil's fall.
We've also totally spilled our spaghetti with Raishan. She's not going to wait. She's going to push things forward. I don't think we have time.
All right, Vax, do you have a suggestion in place then?
I think that we talk to Raishan. These two chuckleheads convince her to let us take a pound of her flesh or 10. Somehow dump it insultingly at Thordak's feet and brace for the worst.
I'm okay with that, but how do we get in touch with her?
We
Well,
can
she's
get in touch with her
supposedly-
when she goes back to the place that shall not be named. But all of that's going to take days, and we can't do that until the armies have arrived here in Fort Daxio, which could take another few days. I don't know where Singhorn lands when it comes back to this plane. I assume it's not next door. They're going to take days to get here.
The thing is, Thordak's going to send out looksies, like he did over Whitestone, as soon as he finds out Umbrasilla's dead. It doesn't mean he's going to launch an attack, because where is he going to attack?
Yeah,
He doesn't know where
if
we
he's
are.
searching for us, what better place for us to be than on a different plane?
Let's go to a different plane.
Do you think he went to the place that shall not be named because Raishan tipped him off that we were there?
No.
No.
Why did he go to the place that shall not be named then? Why did he
Voragol?
look there?
It was a place to be looked at. And they didn't. And they flew over and didn't see it.
You just think they were just scanning?
I do.
All in favor of the fire plane, say aye. Aye. That was only 2. Wow, that's
Aye.
pretty rough.
No, there's 4. They're just pansies and won't say anything with their voice. You did, that's good.
No.
All in favor of staying, say cooter.
That's not fair.
I mean,
2 to 1.
Let's go. Let's go. If it sucks, we'll just come right
We
back.
just bamf right back.
Yep.
we can always come back, and I would like to maybe see if we can find out more about the Ember Seed. Fire plane.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do today,
Right.
is there?
No.
No.
Except build.
Let me prep some
Feed,
spells.
feed more soldiers.
Say, I said this.
Okay.
All right.
Whatever I do.
Okay, hang on.
Supplies are on the way. Soldiers are on the way.
Cows eat hay.
Do what you can to cows eat hay. Nay, nay.
Gather you rosebuds.
Hay.
Wow.
So we say.
Vox Machina is
Well,
dying.
I'll,
If you hear back from anyone in Singorn or anyone anywhere, will you send us a message?
yes, and I'll notify the general of these plans before I head on that way. Very well. Good luck.
Pretend like we were never here. Let them know. Pretend like we were never here.
Understood. It'll be
All
done.
right.
Stay safe, friends. And she turns and leaves the room.
We're so stupid. This is going to be fun.
Yes, I love it.
Do we hold hands again?
Oh boy.
No, it was a tree stride.
Nope, we
Into
gotta.
hell?
Well, okay. If we are.
Plane ship.
Plane shift.
Hang on. Do we want to stop off with the Fire Shari and pick up Zirconis? I think it's not a bad idea.
No.
We are not
it-
going to bring
is
along
it-
our ally who knows the fire
is
plane
it
better than
No, I
anyone
think
alive.
we should because
Yeah.
they were there.
And you're saying we can instantaneously jump over, grab him.
Once I
and
tree
shift.
stride, we can. There's that portal there.
Yeah,
we
then
can
we just
jump
pop
on
on
the
it.
portal.
Yeah.
let's do it.
I am
Very
a big
nicely.
fan of
Yeah,
a tour
let's
guide.
go over to
Tour guide,
yeah.
All right, we're gonna tree stride to the fire, sorry.
All right. So, as you
zigging and zagging.
Yeah.
most of the trees near or within the courtyard of the fort are thin, maybe like a foot to a half a foot wide.
All right,
and
where's the biggest tree?
Get skinny, get skinny.
Where's the biggest tree? How far is
You
it?
did see that cluster of kind of brownish red forest canopy across the ravine, but that's the only real.
Across the ravine?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
opposite side.
Let's hope it. I need to stretch my legs anyway.
Well, it's like how big was the ravine? Like crossing the Grand
How long
fucking
to get
Canyon?
It's I'd say about a third of the width of the Grand Canyon, maybe. It's
Yowza.
it's a big ravine.
Can you just plane shift us over to the Ashari? It has to be to another plane.
Yes.
Another plane.
Can Scanlan, can you turn us into a bunch of hummingbirds or something?
I can turn a couple of us into some things.
Just something little so
Yeah,
that
I
we
can-
can
well,
hop
you
through
can.
the tree?
You two can
I can
fly,
be
right?
It would take
I
you
can be
a
spent.
handful of hours to walk to the.
Oh,
Oh, well, let's fucking do it.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Told you.
We'll even jog.
On like
That's fine.
a brisk pace on foot, you'll get there within like 3 hours.
No.
I'll put
Like
bike,
old school days.
I'll put
Let's
bike
do
on my
it.
shoulders
Yeah.
because I'm getting ready for my run.
We get as many of us on the carpet as possible.
Rip carpet.
Still
You should feel
Little
bad.
I feel bad.
All right, you guys eventually make your way to the outside of the forest
Burned
here in
myself
the
on acid
Othenden Pass. You can see it. It's a living forest, but the trees themselves. It looks like there was a waterfall that actually breaks down off the top of the cliff that comes down and forms a small pool. Most of it's dried up, but the ground here is damp, and the forest does seem to exist in this climate. However, it's definitely a lot of the leaves have turned and are kind of hitting the delayed end of winter. A few months after the Winter's Crest Festival. You find a number of trees that are totally serviceable for your spell casting. You guys wait as Keyleth completes her ritual. You can see the tree suddenly shift open on the opposite end. You can see what looks to be the cauldron itself, where the Pyra Ashari exists in the top of the mountainous volcano. You all step through and find yourself now on the cracked, dark, ashen ground landscape amongst the various rock-like structures that house their people. You can see the Cinder Grove in the distance, nowhere near as tumultuous as the last time you encountered it, and you now stand amongst the remaining Pyra. You do now see the survivors that you met earlier, and a few other survivors that previously had not been found have gathered, and whereas previously you only thought maybe a little over 20 existed, it looks like maybe there's a good 50 or 60 so that actually are beginning to rebuild the Fire Ashari.
We're gonna blow it up again. Woo! Table flip.
There's so many more people than you thought.
They're still kids.
Life finds a way.
Oh,
Like two.
Finds a way. Like 2 kids.
Into Thornton.
No
One
grasping
of those
vine.
days, they might grow up.
We're gonna take like 20 of them to the fight, and they'll be fine.
Yeah. Come on, kids. Have a sword.
That's a big if.
It doesn't take you long to find
Find Serkonos.
Serkonos, who at this point in time has regrown his arm.
Yeah. I knew he'd be all right.
Yeah.
He'd be good.
He approaches now, still his darkened skin, tattooed, his long hair past his shoulders. He approaches with an expression of surprise and mild confusion.
It is good to see all of you. I ask, what brings you to the doorstep of the Pyra Ashari?
Serkonos. Thordak has taken over Iman, and in the time that he has broken out of the fire plane, it seems there's a certain magic that is allowing him to essentially turn Iman into a second fire plane. We believe he still has some sort of connection here based on the binding magic that was used on him in the past. Something called an Ember Seed. Have you heard of this?
This does not stir my memory reserves, I'm sorry.
Do you remember Raishan when she was moving in and out of the fire plane? Do you remember her mentioning anything about it? Or anything suspicious about wanting to learn about the connections of the fire plane?
There were inquiries, yes. I was surprised by one so young, seemingly, to be so interested in the inner and outer planes and their interactions. She found much of her time getting solace in the Cinder Grove. She was not quick to pick up the druidic magics, but her research was in-depth. She spoke with many elders, myself included.
And where is the Cinder Grove? Did we pass through the Cinder Grove?
The Cinder Grove is off further. That's in the center of the cauldron. That's the petrified forest that is surrounding where the actual tear in the boundary is, where the Pyra, the Fire Ashari hold vigil.
Wasn't the embassy connected to the, Didn't we knock down some pillars when we came to the fire plane the last time? Isn't that part of the reason his hold was broken?
It was opened more. The portal got weak when it was around the solstice.
Right, but remember, we were here for your...
We fought Circonus, who was essentially a giant elemental. I don't remember us breaking anything.
No, when you first came here, it was as part of your
Aramente.
Your Aramente, and you guys just passed through the tear, and you battled Circonus and a few of the druids in elemental form as part of her test.
Okay,
There were
had
some
nothing
stones
to
on the
do
other
with-
side, but there was nothing connected.
Okay. Maybe you just thought that in our, like, freaking out. You were
Yeah, I
like,
got a little panicky at one point.
I get it.
Yeah. Yes. Thordak was connected by the soul gem.
Right.
And we know he busted through. You know the fire plane better than anyone. We're also looking for the plate of Dawn Martyr.
In the Glass City?
In the Brass
City of
City.
Brass.
City of Brass.
When you see the city of brass, you watch his demeanor change, and he kind of his arms cross, and he leans back into himself.
That is not a place for the Ashari. It is a place of tyranny and greed. It is a unique mix of those who exist there. If you are intent on going, I'm happy to escort you, but it is a different experience than we are used to, and perhaps yourself as well.
Is it a large city?
It is quite big, yes.
This is the direst of situations. Extreme measures must be taken.
Choice is yours. You have come this far.
How long is the journey to the City of Brass?
From the Tear, it is about 3 days foot travel.
Missed.
I mean, your plane shift spell can essentially bring you directly to a location as long as you're aware of it.
Right.
So we can go
Go
through
right there. Be right in the center of the city. Land right in Main Street. Next to the Reebok store.
I have a sweater. I've hidden it in Manhattan. Go find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
It feels like it's gonna be
The right
really
move.
hard.
I mean, everything we do is, right?
Agreed.
I mean, every time we faced a dragon, we go find another vestige. It just feels like the rhythm is right on this. Let's go.
Here's the worst case scenario, though.
Oh,
We're gone. We come back. Thordak has obliterated everything, including Fort Daxio.
Yeah, but good news, we're still
we're alive. High five, Skeleton!
The stones don't work across planes, do they?
The gate stones? No.
Gate stones don't work across planes. But Allura's ability to send messages does.
This is true from what she said, yes.
So if things start going very haywire, we can let her know that she is to call us immediately, and
She
we
would
will
probably
drop
figure
what
that
we're
out
doing.
on her own.
Yeah, whatever we're doing. Even if we're in the middle of fighting
some really big fire elementals. We just
Plane shift.
Of course, we'd have to get a message to her to tell her that.
She would probably figure that
Yeah,
out.
she'll figure it out. And we've got an amazing tour guide. It's set up for us. Can't fail. 0% APR.
You big lovable lug. I still think it's a very bad idea. I'll go if you all want to go, but
Sir Cronus turns to you, Grog, and says, do not mean there to be misunderstanding. I will take you to the city, but I will not enter it.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Do
I
you
mean,
know
you'll
any-
take us there, right? You'll give us a couple warnings, maybe like point at something if it's terrible, and then you gotta go because, you know, it's gonna like mess
I'm
with
of
you.
no use to you in that city.
Now, why is that? Like, you've got feelings about it, or you're afraid of it, or you'll like be powerless there?
Most of all of that.
Powerless?
There are many powerful entities that exist in this city. I am not a man for cultured places.
You've been before?
I've been near.
Let's just pop in, pop out, guys.
I'm all
What could go
about
wrong?
it.
What could go
We're
wrong?
gathering forces at Fort Daxio to fight this dragon, and if you can lend any of your power, or have any power that you can send, we would be forever grateful.
So do you think you could reach out to Corin?
I could.
Possibly.
How soon?
Soon.
As soon, yeah, post haste.
That is where we will head immediately when we are done here.
All right. Then I will lead you, if you choose to go, to the city, and then I will go for your father. And we will send
Well,
what we can
if
spare.
you don't want to go inside, I can just
We can
plane
just
ship us
bamf
there.
us.
We don't necessarily need you, I guess. I mean, we need you, but I'm wondering if you would be better
Your time
here.
would be better sent.
There's no offense taken.
Um,
If you wish to continue your journey, I can go and try and round up that of the Ashari that can fight.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
Do
that's,
you,
that's important.
do you know of anything of where Thordak was held?
I did not know Thordak existed until he tore through our people. So unfortunately, no.
Is there anyone here left that Raishan spoke to the most? A confidant? Someone who might have been aiding her?
It's hard to tell. Many who were near those discussions were slain. So, I'm sorry.
No, it's fair.
We're good.
All right. Thank you, Sir
Scanlan, will you
Cronus.
be able to do the mansion inside the fire plane? Or did you already
Sure,
use it?
right? Yeah, I can do my magic wherever. I have no idea. I've never been to the fire plane.
No, I mean, but did you already use it today?
No, I used it yesterday.
Okay.
Correct. He would still have the ability to use it this day.
Okay, cool.
All right. I think we've done an enormous amount towards getting prepared for this.
Ish.
All right.
Does everything over there fight with fire? Ow.
Not everything, but many things there have fire by nature, or at least the ability to live among it. And there are many parts of the fire plane that you should not traverse. It would destroy you immediately.
Yeah. But the City of Brass sucks, but we'll be okay going there-ish.
It's one of the few places that can support a city, so yes.
Kind of hot.
It is very hot there.
All right.
The longer you stay, the more difficult it is for such frail beings as us to exist.
Speak for yourself.
In and out, in and out, in and out,
In and out.
in and out.
In and out.
All right. So,
Pull the trigger, travel agent.
Let's do this shit.
Oh my god.
stay safe. I will see you soon at this Fort Daxio.
Thank you so much.
This is a worthwhile trip already.
Bad idea.
See? Worth setting my armor to fire
Is
resistance.
there anything else
Okay.
we need to know to be safe or
We-
to look out for while we're there?
What do we need to know?
Nothing that you
Set
haven't
on fire
already
when we
seen.
go there.
Just know there are many denizens there that enjoy the tyranny. So, be careful. Don't start any wars.
Don't start any wars.
Can I say that while this whole talk's been going on, I've been unattuning my cold snap armor and reattuning my bracers of archery.
Sure, it'll take you guys a short rest to do all that, plus with your reattunement there. So yeah, you guys take a short rest while Sir Konos goes ahead and takes a couple other of the nearby Pyra with him, and they head off towards the Cinder Grove, presumably to go ahead and begin to communicate with your father.
Cool.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I have 2 bows that are awesome, and I'm attuned to both of them, how easy is it to switch in a battle?
If you have 2 bows that are attuned to you?
Yeah. If I chose to like attune to the Sky Sentinel and Fenthris instead of like the bracers.
I mean, it's possible, but the idea of having one wielded and one over your back and pulling it out, you're not proficient in fast bow drawing.
Okay.
One-man band.
It would be like an action to switch them out in a battle.
Maybe. Probably. The process of I mean, you could just drop one, but then pulling the other one out and getting it around you, arrow out, it would take, it'd probably take you an action.
Alright. Cool.
Just go, man.
Yeah, I'm just standing here with my eyes closed and my hands up.
That all happened in a millisecond. I was just considering things in my brain.
I'm just showing my willingness to go.
Let's go. City of Braxio.
All right, so focusing on the city of Brass. You all gather hands. As Keyleth concentrates, you feel the already warm air of the cauldron of this volcanic mountain. Suddenly you feel a blast of heat just surround you, this whirlwind of hot air that causes your eyes to close instinctually. You feel the edges of your skin, the hairs begin to curl, your brows begin to singe, and as you close your eyes instinctually, you open them again, and looking around you see a familiar broken landscape of shattered stone rock, reddish and iron-like in coloration. You see various stone obelisks that are jutting out of the ground from what looks to be broken and at some points seismic earth that have been pushed up from underneath, where gouts of flame occasionally spill out and burst into the sky. The air itself carries this kind of sulfuric and ionized scent to it. You can see what looks to be darkened clouds of smoke and soot that slowly kind of shift in the distance. Way off towards the horizon, what looks to be almost the equivalent of a darkened storm in the distance, except it's just a sheet of roaring fire, just taking up an entire quarter of the skyline, miles and miles and miles away from you. You don't know if it's coming closer or further away, but it's frightening. As you glance over your shoulder, you see behind you a glimmer of whatever sort of source of light this land takes into itself, reflecting off of dozens upon dozens of reflective metallic buildings and towers and domes, and one large dark metal wall that surrounds the exterior. You see upon this what you assume to be the city of Brass. And that's where we'll go and take a break.
Shit.
We'll be right back here in a few minutes.
Oh boy.
Oh, right, with the announcement of our winners.
That's right.
It might be a little bit of a longer break, but we'll be back here shortly, guys. Be patient. See you in a minute.
We're gonna fight.
stand there watching him taking out his hook to pull me to the ground. Maybe a small place, so many of us in it. Yeah, we're pretty big guys. We can do the shit you name it. Still we're easy going smooth. Everyone is alright. Let's roll around the town tonight. They see me rolling. They see me rolling. They see me rolling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into the game here, we're going to go ahead and announce our winners for the Critical Costumes contest we ran. And once again, every costume up there was fantastic. Seriously, you guys, it was kind of one of the coolest things to see. A bunch of characters in our silly little D&D game realized physically by other people is crazy.
It
was insane.
It's also,
awesome.
like, I amassed everything and I couldn't get in all the awesome, even into what we put into the slideshow in the episode and in the gallery on Geek and Sundry today. There were so many good costumes and we're just blown away by, I mean, it was a massive amount.
Yeah, I recommend
One came in at the 11th hour, too, so if you didn't see yours in the slideshow, we still probably saw it.
Yeah,
That
because
could
we've been
be
looking
why.
at the hashtag like crazy.
Which, by the way, if you haven't looked at it, go look at the hashtag Critical Costumes and marvel at how many awesome, talented people out there made crazy Halloween costumes. So do it. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and begin with our personal choices across the bank. Do you want to start over here?
Sure. I chose @couple cosplay for his white, muscular version of Grog. Grog got abs, y'all. I dug it.
I chose the most lovely and wonderful Kin Velier, who just, her picture of Pike had just the perfect pose, just the most wonderful costume. Everything was there. Winner, chicken dinner.
My personal choice was @Sarah Rolkov. I don't know if I said that right, but she did the costume that was closest to the outfit that we wore in the opening credits.
Yes.
Which was really cool because I know that's really intricate. And I saw the sleeves. There was crazy pleated sleeves on
Yeah,
happening on
she
that
got it
costume.
like real
It
close.
was awesome.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to cheat. I'm giving mine to Miss Bellatrist and Miss_Rihanna for doing Vex and Vax, throwing money around and flaming daggers and climbing
good
trees.
photos.
So good.
Great photos, great costumes, great attitude.
Yeah.
I am gonna go with Woodson Schindler, aka @Critical Corrupt, for his manlith.
Yeah.
He did a bearded keyleth.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
pretty- pretty fantastic.
It was
Great.
legit.
I saw that.
And his eyeshadow was on point. I just want to say. So @Critical Corrupt, you're awesome.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to go with Karen Rindeval @Carrie over in Gothenburg for the amazing Percy being very, very busy and at work and
Upper
reading
crust.
and very upper crust.
Yes,
Very fancy. The fanciest. So fancy.
My choice was an obvious one. It's @Cat Cosplay
Yay!
for the cat version of Scanlan, or as I
Yes.
call him, Cat Scan. And for those asking, we're not putting up these pictures right now because we literally just picked them like 1 minute ago. But we'll be retweeting our personal pics.
Oh, yeah,
throughout
after the show,
evening.
yes.
So you can just watch our Twitters, or maybe our Critical Role can tweet them out or something. Okay.
Yeah, well done. My personal choice is at Jetty Betty. Did an amazing Ripley, not just costume and presentation, but just the intensity of expression, the personality. It was a fantastic capturing of the character, and the minute I saw it, I was like, oh, there she is.
Straight out of Central Cast.
Yeah, it was amazing. So yeah, awesome job.
So those are our personal picks, and then we also all picked a third place, a second place, and a first place. So
Overall
All
winners.
together.
winners.
Rolls.
Here they are, number 3.
KW Wins, who is also an artist for us all the time, was chosen for number 3 for her Minxie / Keyleth transformation
so
pick.
cool.
So
Good concept.
So good.
Such a
So
good
well
concept.
done. Yeah.
number 2 goes to Norfrosh, who did the amazing Victor with crazy eyebrows.
So good.
Yeah, it takes a lot to shame my Victor. Not really, I threw mine together. And now that one, like the day after I saw the picture and went,
Pretty great.
well, damn,
Yeah.
I lose.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
He was like, oh, she did way better than I
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And in first place.
We have to go to a commercial break. Stay tuned.
No.
Loot Crate.
Close up on all of us looking at each other like, who's it going to be?
Oh, God.
Yeah, so for an amazing Percy in bird mask, both an amazing photo, amazing costume,
Amazing weapon.
amazing
bad
weapon,
shoes.
just Callahammer is our first place winner.
That one was took my breath a little bit. Rad.
Took my
Such a
breath
And a gathered round of applause for all of those amazing costumes. Everyone did an incredible job. Seriously.
And just so you know, all of you winners at Critical Role on Twitter will follow you so you can DM your mailing address and get your wonderful prizes.
That means me.
Some of them some of the prizes include shirts that I've worn on the stream, some of which I have laundered.
Oh god. Some prizes may include part of my dice hoard.
Yeah, our dice.
We're gonna send. We're gonna
And
send
definitely posters.
a weird little Halloween cornucopia
Yeah.
of weird. It'll be great.
We're gonna raid our closets. Hook you guys up.
Hook it up.
All right.
Alrighty.
Oh, Lord.
Oh no, oh no, oh
Can we?
no. Okay, City of Brass, City of Brass, here we go.
City of Brass. City of Brass.
Nobody's with you.
No. Thank you. This is one Doors fan.
As you guys take in the intensity of the atmosphere, looking up at the one blaring, bright sun in the sky, just locked in that reddish-orange atmosphere above you, you look around as the wind itself picks up, the heat itself carrying ash and black soot through, forcing you to kind of wince and keep your eyes somewhat closed. At times, you immediately begin to pull scarves up in front to kind of try and filter this somewhat aggressive and caustic air.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast protection from energy on myself with fire.
Alrighty.
Good for you.
Yeah, right?
Gotta love that.
It's a concentration spell, or else I would have taken it too. Can't do it with anything else.
Looking as to where that giant wall of fire across the horizon, you see it begin to merge closer and closer, the edge of that sea, until eventually it comes to the City of Brass, which you see behind you. This large, amazing, vast city of various reflective metallic surfaces. You see pointed spires, round domes, and hundreds and hundreds of these buildings that just sprawl out beyond just the wall that you can see on the outside of it. What would you guys like to do?
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I guess.
Before we go any further, if we want to pull the ripcord, what does that look like?
What do you mean? If we want to go
wanna
back?
bounce,
Yeah.
we have to, I think, be in a fairly safe space and give me a minute.
1 minute.
Let me double check.
Do you
Let me
have-
double check before I say that.
Are we already backing out of this, Scrawl?
No. I'm just making sure that we're not like, oh, we gotta go.
No,
Oh,
I
shit.
lied. It's instantaneous.
Yay!
It's instantaneous.
But we all gotta be touching.
Me and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So
That's doable.
what's our Jenga?
Yeah, what's our code word?
Super Jenga.
Super Jenga means everybody run towards each other and link hands.
Link hands. Make a circle. We all learned that.
So
right?
Jenga
Elementary
means
school.
I fucked up.
I'm nervous.
Yes.
My name is Vax.
Super duper
And
Jenga.
Super Jenga means we need to link hands.
Everybody
and
fucked
bounce.
up.
Pronto.
Let's go.
Duck, duck, goose means it's playtime.
Yeah.
Let's walk into the city of brass.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. As you guys begin stepping towards this, and it was hard to gauge distance on the city's size, even from, or just arriving at this place. The more you walk, the slower its arrival comes as you begin to take in the sheer immensity of its sprawling expanse. You see little occasional bursts of flame kind of off from the opposite side of the wall. Some small shapes kind of coasting over, a little glow past. And as you get close enough, everyone might roll a perception check.
I got this, you guys.
27.
25.
15.
27.
Bullshit over here.
21.
12.
Okay. Both of the twins. And Keyleth, what'd you get?
25.
25, and you got
15.
All right, so Keyleth and the twins. You guys, looking ahead, you begin to see these darkish shapes moving towards the edge of what you see to be one of the first gates that you can notice amongst the reflective surface of the outer wall. It is a solid door, like two large doors that are affixed to each other with what looks to be kind of a cross-chain circumstance. You see 6 figures currently mounting, kind of shifting and walking amongst the outside of the wall. As you get closer still, you're going to make out, they look humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs. It's hard to make out their size in respect to where you are, and in paying attention as you approach, you do notice that some of them have varying shades of colored skin. They wear, it looks like, loose silk outfits, wide, almost baggy type air-filled pants with long robes or vests that dangle below. Muscular skin on a few of them appears to be deep crimson or orangish red. 2 of them, the skin actually almost goes to more like a black, like a deep soot and ash color. You begin to see more details in the skin. You see horns and large fangs from underneath. You see large scimitar-like blades to the side. You've seen one of these creatures before. It emerged from the tear in the fire plane the last time you were there. There are 6 Ifriti that are currently standing guard outside of the gate to this city.
I think we can talk to them.
Yes, let's
gotta talk. Should we go and talk to them?
Only one should talk.
Do we know?
Why are you all looking at me?
Only one?
I'm just
Because you have the gift for gab.
You are
gift for
really
gab,
good.
yeah.
Go talk to them, Scanlan. Be super.
Plus, you can also.
be super cool.
Greetings.
You're doing
Hello.
it.
Hi there.
As you say this, kind of haphazardly from the distance, you see 3 of them, all of a sudden their attention swoosh, right over in your direction. 2 of them immediately begin to lift up off the ground and their legs vanish into what looks like a plume of flame and smoke as they, almost like rockets in the sky, heading over in your direction. The other one just goes into a run
Jesus.
Are they attacking?
towards you.
You don't know.
You don't know.
I just keep a hand on the bow, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of doing that.
Steady.
As you all very nervously sit there and wait, the 2 that are cruising through the sky go slamming into the ground to the immediate right and left of Scanlan, not far from you guys, leaving the small craters. The flaming smoke, lower portion of their body poofs outward into scattering ashes. You see now their legs muscular and thick like trunks of reddish black muscle. They both kind of stand and glance downward at this tiny little gnome by comparison, each of them standing about 10 to 12 feet in full height.
Oh, fuck.
The Ifrites?
The
They're
Ifrites.
so big.
The one that's running eventually catches up to you and just kind of slows his gait, puts his hands behind his back, puts his chin up, and begins walking. You can see now he has these 2 long tufts of black hair that are just braided into this long braid that just kind of float gently as the heated breeze continues to blow past you. As he begins to approach, he looks out amongst the rest of your group and down at this tiny gnome that has stepped up to greet them.
We request passage into your city.
What is your business?
We are traveling salespeople, and we're here to sell our wares.
What wares are you here to sell?
One item in particular, which could be of much value to the people in your city.
Then show me this item of value.
I don't think you want to see it.
Then you don't want to enter the city.
All right. It's a pet of ours that we've been traveling with. It's right back there, and I just point behind us to an empty space.
He glances over towards the rest of the empty space.
You don't see it? Oh, I forgot. We've made it invisible. Let me drop the spell, and I will cast Major Image. And I am making a Goristra right behind us. That looks a lot like Yank, because that's the only one I've ever seen.
I love you.
20 feet tall, snarling, growling, just a fucking nightmare.
Oh no.
Okay. Love it. So is it just standing there snarling?
Yeah, just looking real mean and ornery with spit coming off of him.
Okay. All right. At this point, the three Ifriti are glancing in that direction. First off, go ahead and make a deception check.
This is the weirdest day.
28.
Love this.
I don't think the day when we were cows was far weirder.
No,
Okay.
I don't
That was
remember
pretty
that.
weird. Oh, you
They
weren't
glance
with us.
over. They all very intensely inspect from a distance this Goristro that has now appeared and is snarling. Approximately how far away from you?
What's
So the range is 120 feet from the spell.
Let's say 60 feet back.
All right. The central one kind of looks to the Ifrit to his left, or to the left of you at least, or to the right of you. Gives him a nudge, and that Ifrit begins to step away.
You don't get to touch our pet. Please allow us entry to your city, and we will find someone who can afford to touch him.
The Ifrit that you kind of halted takes a few more steps, not paying heed, as the one that's in front of you goes.
So are you looking to sell this as some sort of a servant? This beast would work as a servant, or does it work in servitude?
It works for me for the moment, and I can get it to work for someone else for a price. But if your man goes over there, he's going to die, because I will tell my Goristro to kill him.
It is rare to see something so small able to control something so vicious and dangerous.
And you see him leaning in now closer to you. You see these tiny little burning beads of red flame as the center of his eyes against a black iris. You see as he gets closer, the grin begins to curl across, the rows and rows of sharpened white gleaming teeth. It's just,
You, such a small, easy-to-crush creature, can seem to hold dominion over something that exists in places that would rend your mind asunder.
I just reach into the bag, and I'm just gonna grab just a little chunk of dragon and a chunk of the previous Garistro that we still have some bits of, and just drop them in front of him on the ground.
Those were my other pets.
Throws him to the ground. Begins speaking in a language that you don't understand. It sounds very much like the slow rolling fire bursts of magma pouring down the side of a mountainside.
What is it?
Could I recognize it as a druid who has spent time in, fire elementals?
You recognize the type. It is the same language spoken to fire elementals, but you do not speak the language. But the Ifrit that has stepped away has stopped and is just kind of taking a moment to look from about a 40-foot distance from the Garistro. And begins walking back to the other three. The one before you goes. His face is still up in front of you. Goes. Is just reading you. His head is about the size of your entire body, and he just goes.
I'll put my hands behind my back and just sort of stand up a little taller to meet him.
If you wish to walk the city, then pay the toll.
How much would that toll be?
How much do you think the toll is worth?
Vex?
If the toll is insufficient, and I find offense at the offer, then you will have bigger problems than entry. But generosity goes a long way.
One platinum
So like money? Like money? Money?
The money that we carry with us is from a far-off land. Will it still be good here if it's gold and platinum?
Or would you rather gems?
Gems are good as well. Money is money. We work and deal with many creatures from many places here. What do you
flesh.
offer?
Should I just, you know what, fuck it?
Yeah, give him some.
I'm just gonna put the 20-pound bag of gems in his hand.
He takes it, pushes the fingers in his hand, and kind of shakes it a little. Listens.
20 pound?
Begins to pour the gems out. So, takes a very, very keen look at them.
Who are you and what have you done with Vex?
Well, it's fucking ending, you guys. How else am I gonna use these things?
Who are you right now?
Pulls the tiny drawstring taut once again.
May you enjoy your time in the city of brass. Now, I suggest your wineskins be full.
And he turns around and the Ifriti all begin to walk away towards the entrance to the city.
Sort of loudly and conspicuously, I say, "Stanley! Invisible!" And he poofs away.
Scanlan, I think you let a little bit of scry on the ground there.
Let's just get in the city and buy me some new patterns.
See? No problem. All downhill with it.
Dragon scales and put them back in the bag.
Greetings, true believers.
We pick up the dragon parts and we move into the city.
That was a very good call.
All right.
I just sort of throw up a little.
You did really well.
Good.
Always tip the doorman. Always tip the doorman.
I'm patting Scanlan on the back and
Great, now
wiping
we're
his mouth.
inside this stupid city now. What do we need to find a wall?
What are we? What?
No, we have to.
It's in a wall.
So let's.
It's in a
do-
wall?
Hang on. Let's do a quick refresher on the impossible needle we have to find in this haystack.
Wait, because I took a spell.
A find item anywhere spell?
Locate object.
Holy fucking shit!
Hang on.
Wait,
Hold. I brought that spell as well.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Geek?
It has to be within
1,000
feet.
Yes.
1,000 feet isn't a whole lot in this really large metropolis,
But we
correct?
can get.
We go to the front door, we do it once. We go to the middle, we do it
We
again.
do it again.
Totally coverage.
If
I
you
mean, we
guys go
can-
2,000 feet
What level
apart,
spell?
that's essentially a mile spread.
It's like T-Mobile cellular.
Yeah.
You're
How
global.
big? How many miles is this city?
Yeah, how
You
about?
have no idea. You haven't walked inside.
We are
Got
walking
no
towards the door.
So it is a
What do we know?
beacon of protection for the chosen of Palor. It is gathering dust on a wall somewhere in the city of Brass. It was a trophy won by a fire giant in a card game from the Sutan bloodline that once donned it.
Fuck.
On a wall somewhere.
We gotta go find.
We're gonna
It's
start checking
just-
pubs.
It could be hanging on a pub wall somewhere, correct?
No, it's a trophy. It would be too. It's too valuable. in
Do
the
we
pub.
know where
It's
fire
on a
giants
wall.
might hang out, or anything about the
It's on
Sutan
somebody's wall as a
bloodline?
trophy.
Maybe we should just ask somebody.
I mean, it could be in a noble's house for all
Do
we
we
Yeah.
see anyone who looks remotely like us who's not from the fire plane here?
Well, you've just now approached the front gates where the 6 Ifriti currently stand.
Yes.
As the 3 that have returned, the central one kind of takes his hand up and kind of does this with his finger, and as it does, you watch as the crisscross chains that hold the gate shut suddenly shift, and you watch dust and ash kind of get shaken free from the chains as they're all suddenly pulled upward through these rings to the very top, and the doors shift open very slowly, giving just enough space for people of your physical width to pass through. Grog, you have to kind of squeeze a little.
Good, sir. One question before we enter your city. Since you are such a good friend, and we look forward to possibly being friends again someday, where would one find people who enjoyed the sport of watching large creatures battle? If you would think of such a thing.
Welcome to the city of Brass.
I love your answer.
As you guys walk in, the doors close behind, and you watch as the chains that were pulled free, that now kind of dangle loosely, automatically on their own, strike up like snakes instantly, and flash back through on the other side. You could hear them retying themselves between the ring loops to seal off the doorway once again.
We are in a city where everyone is going to despise us.
I think
Not
everyone.
necessarily. Act really fucking tough, dude.
Yeah,
Who
everyone
closes
wants to
doors
kick
with
our
a
ass.
giant bow?
Should we get some jail tattoos before we continue?
I could make us all look really rough and ragged.
I think there's a lot of magic here. Well, no, let's.
So,
I love your optimism.
as you say let's and it trails off, you all take a moment to look into the city around you, and Marquette offered Ankarel, a very beautiful city of ornate culture. This city has been around far longer and been constructed by far more intricate artisans since. You see hundreds of buildings of different sizes, all constructed from various types of materials, many of them metallic and brass or bronze in color, reflecting the ever-present sunlight from the sky. You can see buildings carved from dark black obsidian, from other forms of darkened stone. You can see what looks like natural rock formations of blackened rock and stone jutting outward, where, crafted from that, you can see communities of maybe dozens of different buildings and homes have been constructed from it. You can see towers that are impossibly high, hundreds of feet up in the sky, some broken from previous conflicts and never constructed since. You can see what looks to be a series of streets that intertwine out before you with these tiny little cobblestones that all seem to have a matching ruddy, kind of brownish earth tone with a dusting of ash and red earth scattered across them. You see throughout here human beings occasionally. You see what appear to be dozens upon dozens of Ifriti walking around, crusted with jewelry and wearing fine robes and linens. You can begin to notice quickly that many of these Ifriti walk along with some of these humans. These humans walk at their sides, some in chains. You can see a number of individuals peddling what look to be small carts through, also in comparable levels of enslavement. But not all are enslaved. But there are individuals from other areas you've never recognized, various features. You see two humanoids that walk around, but that themselves, their features are human but not. There's something about them that's a little off. You can't quite pick up, and they just kind of walk off in the distance. There is a gathering of many cultures that make their way through here, but definitely the dominant culture here appears to be one ruled by the elemental fire Jinn that you've already encountered.
The servants, the humans, and I don't know if there's any elves, dwarves, halflings, or anything in the mix, but the people who are not from here, how does their health appear?
Fine, if perpetually uncomfortable in the current weather, which is, for the record, we're hitting somewhere between 110, 120 degrees in the air at all times here. I'd say actually, in fact, at this time,
Definitely.
I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Do I get
I do have
advantage
to
because
remind
of,
him.
He was going to say
fire
that
resist?
anyway. Are you kidding me?
You're fine. And actually, with you having fire resist armor, I would say you do not have to make it, Vax. You feel naturally more comfortable in here, based on the resistance you've given your enchantment.
Do I have to roll? Or am I good?
No, you're fine.
The feathers bristle a little bit.
6. I'm going to use one of my resolves.
Okay.
And that's slightly better. 15.
Okay.
15.
7.
19.
Okay. For the time you've been here, it's been an unwelcoming atmosphere, but not one that has been so harsh as to press down upon your physical constitution. You all seem to withstand the current atmosphere for now, but you do gather the longer you're here, the more difficult it will be to endure this atmosphere without some sort of detrimental effect.
I also meant to note I wanted to put my ring of protection on and put the cloak away when we took that short rest. I don't know if I said that out loud.
You did not say that out loud.
Can I do that now?
Sure.
And it takes some time.
That's fine. That's fine. So, what do you wish to know now that you've gained entry to the city of brass?
Let's find that armor.
Keep walking. Let's just keep
Okay.
walking, see what we see.
Yeah, walk forward. Should we get a little further into the city, or I'm just gonna cast it? Should I just cast it right now?
I think
How
the
long
city's
does it last?
huge.
Hang on, how long
That's
does
the other
that
question.
spell last? Grog, could you recognize fire giants if you saw one? Are they kind of akin to stone giants?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen one.
You yourself have not seen a fire giant in person in all
Locate
the time you spent
object.
I
talking.
bet I could
Up
pick
to
it out
10
though
minutes.
if it's giant and it's made of fire.
Fire? We're like,
where
that's
my-
a fire giant.
yeah.
All right, yeah, totally.
10 minutes. Well, here's another question: is if you changed into a flying creature?
Are there any humans around right now who are not,
Does it last for
who
10
look like they're not slaves? Who look well off?
Right now, you have not encountered any. You literally just walked into the city, and this is your first glance at the first street you've encountered. As you guys begin to walk further into the city, one thing you do notice too is there are these kind of stationary torches that meet at various crossroads, and at the top of these torches there is just a ball of flame that is flickering and shooting off spurts here and there, and every now and then you hear one go in the distance with a gallop, and that's what you were seeing on the other side of the wall. These flames cause this dancing light source effect throughout the entire city due to the vastly metallic nature of the building construct here. And so as you...
Oh wow!
Oh my goodness.
That might be the worst shirt you've ever worn. on
Yeah, I'm out of
this
shirts,
show.
guys.
There's another one under
74
there?
fucking shirts.
There can't be.
How many do I own?
Wow.
74.
You'll be shirtless.
I'm
from...
bringing you a new shirt to your birthday.
Okay, I farted. It was me.
Holy moly. Bring it back, people, bring
Sorry.
it back. I'm specifically looking for a human who is not a slave, who looks reasonably well off.
I'm looking for social gatherings, pubs, otherwise.
I'm gonna talk to Vex as soon as we get a hot second.
Okay.
Whenever that
So as you guys are walking, keeping your eyes up before yourselves, you guys engage in conversation as you continue into the city.
All right, so we both have the locate object spell. Lasts for
Right.
10 minutes.
Right.
We can both fly. We could cast it and maybe do like a perimeter run, maybe.
Wait, how long does it last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes
You
concentration.
could get off long fucking way in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If we're
As
if
long
we're
as,
flying.
nothing attacks us. Right. That's clutch.
Well, I could also potentially polymorph into something that looks, or be shaped into something that. Has there been any type of creatures?
Flying creatures here?
In the air.
Maybe wyverns or something? Wyverns?
You haven't seen any at the moment. You have seen so far Afridi being capable of flight, both from your previous encounter and the two at the gate that just jettisoned off in your direction before landing.
As my, are they considered humanoid-ish to where I could alter self to look like an Afridi?
They're
teeny tiny Afridi. Teeny tiny.
no.
Baby one?
From your alter self ability, as a no. They are far too different in size, physiology, and appearance to pass off as an Afridi.
Are there any humanoids like like Dragonborn or like what's the thing that Zora is? I'm drawing a blank right now.
Wyverns, lizard people.
Oh, Zora is
Tieflings? Are there any like tieflings?
You can keep an eye out as you continue walking forward. You don't see any yet.
I want to look for the most unsubjugated humanoids.
Okay, so keep an eye out as you progress.
We'll keep moving.
And you're looking for
anyone who looks like they're not a servant, who looks like they may be getting by well.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. Continuing further into the city, the whole city has this kind of vibrant life to it, from the way it reflects light, from the ever-changing kind of flickering skylight from the sun to the flames that adorn the every single conjunction of roads that make their way through the city, to occasionally you will see cracks in the ground where a flame will and flare out and retract within. Go make a perception check.
Can we also keep an eye out for anything flying? I want to see if anything's flying around the city at all.
Okay.
22.
No more than maybe 5 minutes into your walk into the city, you do notice two Afridi have begun to kind of follow you from about 20 feet behind. They're both just kind of walking and talking to themselves, kind of keeping an eye on you guys. We're about 25, 30 feet behind. As you continue walking forward, you do bring your attention ahead, and at the next street junction, which is more of like two alleys that collide, you do see two individuals that walk out. One of them is a similar humanoid as to one of the strange-looking ones you saw go by. They're thin figure, kind of sallow, elongated features. Their hair is kind of wild and red and kind of kind of stringy and upward behind. Their eyes tend to have a non-human appearance to them. It's kind of light orangish color to the iris. But long white and gold robes, walking alongside what appears to be a tiefling of similar red skin to the color of the Afridi here, with what looks to be deep gray, long hair that goes behind a ridge of horns that just kind of curl into almost like ram horns to the front, and the long gray hair extends to the mid-back. They both walk along side by side, their arms kind of within their robes, both wearing matching white and gold robes. And they just kind of step out from the alley and begin to walk ahead of you guys about 60, 70 feet.
So it's these two sort of strange beings with strange eyes and a tiefling.
Oh, no. There's one entity that's the strange being, and the other is a tiefling.
Oh, okay, so one is one, one's the other. Thank you. I'm gonna walk up to the tiefling, like 10 feet away. Excuse me. Sorry. Can I trouble you for a minute? I've just come to town. I know, that sounds ridiculous. It is. I'm a stranger in a strange land. Could I borrow you just for a minute?
Make a persuasion check.
I just got to hell, and haven't even unpacked my bag.
Just got to Scottsdale. It's live.
That's,
no warning, huh?
20. They both kind of turn and look towards you with a curious glance. The strange alien-looking one kind of gives a half-cocked grin, shakes his head. The tiefling kind of looks you over for a second. Stranger, I mean you no offense, but as he kind of looks past you at the rest of the group walking behind you, you know what? Follow me.
Oh shit.
Well, here we go.
Yeah,
And,
awesome.
they both continue to walk in the direction they're walking.
They're together, right?
They're together, but they face away from you. You just follow me, and they both continue walking ahead of you guys.
All right, so I trip along behind them, and I turn around to the group, and I go,
I'm all right with
keep
this.
going.
All right.
This is a great way to die.
We're following along.
Yes,
behind
Stranger
you.
danger. Here we
Yeah,
go.
why
Here we
not?
go.
Can I kind of do like an inside check and like size up this tiefling from a distance and see what they might be about? Like get an idea on what they might do or be?
Go ahead and make an insight check. From what very little bit of body language, this is going to be very hard to read anything.
That's really bad.
I wanna
It's the
try it
guild
too.
dice.
I've been doing it.
15.
15. Unfortunately, at the distance that he was from you, about 60 feet or so, with a little bit of time he was faced away, and the interaction with Vax was so short that it's a blank slate. You have nothing you can read off of him.
Are they looking and talking to each other at all?
They're not talking to each other. They're just looking and facing away from you and just walking the same pace they were. However, Vex, since you were looking up in the sky, you do see, for a brief instant, what looks to be a large avian-like entity, but
Avian mean.
bird-like.
Got it.
But massive. And it looks to leave it looks like some sort of flame-like trail left behind it as it's kind of.
What?
Harry Potter!
Fox.
Make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Burning day.
Intelligence?
Yes.
8.
8. Yeah, it's a flaming
That's
bird.
a fucking bird, y'all.
Do they have birdies?
Is it one of those? What were they called?
Ah, natural
Ashley?
20 on the. Always.
Dairy
Just don't do
bellies?
it. Just don't roll
do
again.
that because it doesn't matter.
All the little birdies looking flaming
All you're doing is killing yourself, Laura.
birdies.
Every time.
All right, as you guys continue to follow these
yeah,
two,
where they leading me?
do you guys just keep the same distance? Do you catch up with them? Do you stay behind? What do you
How
do?
far back are we?
You're about 60 feet behind them.
Someone should.
I'm gonna
Get a
lag.
little closer.
Yeah.
You're gonna
I
lag?
wave them away a little bit.
Okay.
I think we're cattle. I'm gonna lag. I'm
Grog's
gonna
lagging.
drop another 20 feet back.
I think they know we're together.
They know where to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you drop back from them, you come pretty close to the two Ifrit that are flying from behind, and one of them puts his hand out and grabs you by the shoulder and just kind of pats you and goes,
So, friend, you are.
What?
Who are you?
I can't hear you.
Oh no.
make a deception check.
Oh. 17. I like this one. We'll keep him.
He just pats you on the shoulder, and they both kind of.
Hey! I smash the Titan Stone knuckles together and I cast Enlarge.
Okay.
Oh boy.
You guys hear this? What sounds like a small crack of thunder behind you. As you glance over, you can see Grog has swollen to his enlarged side and is now walking shoulder to shoulder with the two Ifriti that began to flank from behind. They both kind of take a step back.
I doubled down on my statement. We keep him.
And they just keep walking from shoulder to shoulder to you. They're not doing anything. They're just walking shoulder to shoulder.
I kind of stop and turn around and wait for them to catch up.
Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Hang back as well. Shit's
All
gonna
right.
go
So
down.
you guys hang back.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
try
gonna-
to keep a little closer to the two in the front
I'm
so I
trying
can
to,
see if
like-
I can overhear their conversation at all if they talk.
I'm gonna hang back till they come up.
I am not hanging back. I'm right in the middle. I'm trying to like be that middle point that just keeps everything connected.
This is like as your
is
friends
so
start
bad.
to drink at the Ren
This is
Fair
so
and you're like,
bad.
should we keep going forward? What do we do? Do we wait?
We'll meet you at the axe throwing. Just go ahead.
To the oubliette.
To the oubliette!
Putting it all out on the table.
Never again.
So are they keeping pace
Learn
with me or
more
are they
about
just
us.
standing there?
They're keeping pace with you as you're walking. They're just walking shoulder to shoulder as the rest of you begin to slow down and kind of catch up, except for Vex, Vax, and Percy, who continue forward. We have Pike, Keyleth, and Scanlan kind of beginning to catch up with Grog. And as you guys eventually get to the point where you're walking slow enough that the two Ifrit catch up behind you, they just keep walking with you.
I kind of light up my flame hand, and I turn to one of the Ifriti and I go, fist bump.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Pound it, man. Pound it.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh, it's a
Roll high.
disadvantage. Come on, Keelan.
What did you want? Persuasion? 10. Yeah?
He looks at your fist and flicks it. It does sting a little. Doesn't do any damage, but the flame goes and just goes out. In fact, it's strange. Normally the flames would stay, but it's almost like he willed the flame in your hand to extinguish.
Oh shit.
I have a question for one of you fine gentlemen.
Oh boy. We're all getting in it.
The other one on the other side of Grog that wasn't interacting with Keyleth just grunts.
We're both women.
Do you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was. Anyway, do either of you happen to know where maybe the Temple of Palor is?
They both slowly look at each other and grin, and slowly nod their heads,
You do.
and turn back. And one goes,
Uh-oh.
Yes, we do actually. Would you like us to take you there?
You can just show us where it is. I think there's gonna be a couple more spots we're gonna stop.
You seem like you are not from around here. It is dangerous to wander these streets unaccompanied.
Well, I got this guy.
This one.
Yeah, hi.
No. Man, we've been here 5 minutes.
extends the hand next to you, a very large hand, and says,
Come, I will carry you to your destination.
I don't like to be carried. I don't like to be made to feel smaller than I am. Thank you.
Then let us continue to walk. You will want to take a left at the next big juncture.
you both just keep walking alongside the two of you. While this is happening,
Oh God, am I gonna try?
you
and
guys
save this?
are keeping behind and kind of glancing over your shoulder and seeing the rest of your party slowly kind of gather at the knees of these two walking, kind of haughty looking. Jinn.
I was hoping for a little bit of advice about town. This is starting to feel a little kinky. Where are we going? I don't need to talk that bad. Where are we going?
This is to the tiefling.
Yeah?
The tiefling looks over her shoulder towards you and goes, well, we're going to... All right, this just got very...
Oh, okay.
If you look ahead, one alley. We're going to to the right. Follow, quickly.
Follow you to talk right now?
Yes.
Okay. I go.
So they begin taking up their pace a little bit, quickening their walk, just a little more of, almost like a light jog.
Okay.
Do you guys keep up?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
We
The rest of them.
What's going on?
You guys look ahead and you see the other three members, the rest of your party, beginning to get further away from you
So
at a
it's
fast
me
pace.
and you. Are you coming? or is it-
I'm
Are you still in the
keeping
middle?
pace, but I'm trying to be the back end of it.
Person,
What's
I'm gonna
happening?
go in the alley up
Dart,
ahead to the
dart
right.
to the right. Dart to the right.
Well, all right.
I'm gonna keep
I'm with
pace
you.
with Grog.
Yeah.
I'm
you guys
with
are back
them,
there.
yeah.
All right.
Just trying to be even simpler than I am. Maybe they won't love me.
I think that's
Want all
might
of
be
us.
making it worse.
Oh no.
Okay.
They're like, he's dumb.
Following up a
like
pace
that.
with them, you get past a couple of small intersections, and the two figures dart off into this small alley right off to the side.
I go.
I'm going stealth.
Do the
Stealth by
Ifritis-
going into the alley?
Before going into the alley. I mean, I don't know how
What are you
dark is it.
stealthing
Are we in
behind?
broad daylight?
It's It's
Okay, so it's not a small.
I'm not going to say it, but the sun is high in the sky.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So everything is.
It's full sunlight.
It's lunchtime.
Okay, so no change in lighting in the smaller alley. It's all equally
Just
lit.
turned
Correct.
to PM.
Are the Afridi behind us? Are they paying attention to us, or are they completely distracted by all of the?
It's hard to tell. They don't seem to be paying any mind. And when the two figures started off in the alleyway, there was no.
Anything?
And how
Nothing
far away
really.
are we from the other group
At this point, you're about 80 feet in front of them.
All right, I stop her and stop at the corner and look around. Do I even see them if I look around the corner?
Did the two figures that darted off?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're about 15 feet back, and they're both kind of waiting.
Something dart to the right. I don't know what's in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys
I
started.
just go run in with my eyes closed. That's how I do.
Okay.
I know how it happens.
Percy, do you follow suit?
Oh, I follow suit. Yeah, I'm running in there.
Okay. The three of you dart in. You guys watch as the three of them vanish into the alley.
Do the Afridis react to them vanishing?
No, but that's about 2 intersections ahead.
Sure.
The one that's immediately before you, the Frigo.
Turn left to Pelor's temple.
For God's sake, you two, tell them that you have to meet your owner.
Oh, do it. We gotta meet our owner.
Left to Pelor's temple, small one.
As you guys are coming out of the
I'm so
intersection.
sorry, what did you say? Left it where?
Right here.
We're supposed to meet our master at the Temple of Pelor. So
Then I am taking you. Take
I'm
a
gonna
left.
cast Zone of Truth and just ask him some questions.
Well, hold on a second.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
It's not a bad idea.
There are no good ideas anymore. It's okay.
There are no good
All bad
ideas.
ideas.
Dungeons.
Dragons, yeah. It's really true.
Oh my god.
Well, what I would have done was.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Sometimes you get lucky with a bad idea.
We're
That's about it.
All the game is getting lucky with bad
Get
ideas.
lucky with a bad idea.
We're Cubs fans walking down
Well,
Cleveland
as
Boulevard.
That's a
As
sports
you guys begin
reference.
casting the spell, because casting the spell it's a very, it's a physical thing. So you begin to kind of whisper your various divine incantations beneath your breath, and your holy symbol of Sarenrae begins to glow. Though diminished this far from the prime material plane, still effective. You get partway through your incantation before the two Afriti who are kind of flanking grab Grog by the shoulders and forcefully push like a giant wedge, trying to shove your entire group to the left down the street. You, being the immediate brunt of that, basically are getting shoved in the shoulder and off to the side. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw to see if you can even maintain concentration on the spell.
Okay.
Busting out the hand cone.
I'm busting out the hand cone. Ready to go.
7.
Okay, yeah. So as you're partway through the incantation before, it just gets completely just scattered halfway through, and the spell is lost. You still use the spell slot though.
Okay.
But they're now using Grog as the base point, and all three of them are pushing you all to the left forcefully. Scanlan, what are you doing?
Are these humanoids?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna start singing. I pick one, the stronger of the two, and I'm just gonna sing at him or her. I don't even know.
Just turn around and sing in the face.
Yep, just singing at them. I'll make you wanna leave the one you with, start a new relationship with me. It's how it's gonna be.
Usher from 1999.
Little Usher. I'm gonna cast Dominate Monster on it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh god.
Going.
Do they know it? They're
Going
being
full
dominated.
Obi-Wan.
Of course, but
Fuck.
hopefully it'll give us a getaway.
Sick beats.
What's the DC on this?
Worming their way into their ears.
Dominate
my
well,
God.
it's my spell, right?
Yeah. So
21.
Jesus Christ, dude.
That's the angriest thing I've ever heard.
Fucking Scanlan. This be a lesson to all DMs out there. Be careful about creating magical items that increase spell DC.
Was ever thus.
Alright, so that's a wisdom saving throw.
Break it or something.
It's not breaking, but just be careful. Be mindful.
Don't drop it.
Alright, so wisdom saving throw. 2 on that. Alrighty. The Ifrit that is on the left side, the one that's directly behind you, the other one that's pushing Pike off to the side is separate. The one that's behind you, as you turn around and begin singing up to it, it kind of stops in its tracks and kind of nods its head to the beat as you're singing. And its eyes kind of half close for a second, and you get the assertion that the spell has taken effect. The other ally is still pushing Grog and Pike and basically scooping you guys into this alleyway to the left.
Can I cast Hold Person on that one?
It's
Hold. I think I can do it on a humanoid.
But he's not a humanoid.
Hold monster.
He's not a humanoid. Never
He's a
mind.
monster.
That's what you literally were just talking
Command
about.
him.
Am I standing by Scanlan? Are they in front of us now?
No, they're behind you. Basically, you just got like kind of shoved off to the point. Scanlan turned around and did that as Pike's being shoved off to the side. That's what we can't and Grog, you're being kind of pushed shoulder, like by the two of them both shoulder to shoulder, kind of shoving you in that direction. So that was your action.
I can't also command him to do anything?
Yeah.
Can't I command him to do something?
You can, like,
I'm
getting to that point.
I see.
All of this is happening simultaneously as you're doing that. And singing in the face of that Ifrit. You just got knocked out of your spell, so you're gonna have to take a moment to do that. Keyleth, Grog, what are you doing?
I'm gonna trip and fall flat down onto the ground.
Okay, so you and intentionally fall prone on the ground. Alrighty. Keyleth, what are you doing? If anything.
Oh, I don't want to do something I'm really bad at, which is talking to people. I have ideas. Okay. Oh, this is probably a terrible idea. I'm gonna do alter self, and I'm going to change myself into a tiefling.
Okay.
And then oh god, this is probably a terrible idea. I'm really bad at deception. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna say, I'm sorry. There seems to be a miscommunication. These are my slaves. They are already owned and my property. Release them immediately.
Okay. So as Scanlan's in the middle of singing a song, and the one Ifrit kind of stops in the tracks, you turn around and your form shifts. What do you want your tiefling to look like?
Ooh. I don't have a lot to go off of except for Zara and that one that was in front of us. So I'm gonna kind of do Zara like a red, kind of go red, kind of like devilly horns. Definitely give the tail. I want to look intimidating. I want to look like, you wouldn't want to meet me in a back alley, which is where we are.
Okay.
Literally in a back
bad
alley.
bitch. Yeah.
Bad bitch tiefling.
Bad bitch
Which is
tiefling.
still like an eighth as intimidating as an Ifrit. But
sure.
You whip around and you say this. I need you to go ahead and make a deception check.
Uh-huh.
Come on,
Yeah.
Come on,
With,
Keyleth.
like,
You got it.
Major
This
advantage.
is just a straight roll. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. 9. 9.
Okay. As you're talking up to the one on the left, as Grog falls forward, he's kind of looking off down and he's falling. He's going to reach for him as you shout in his face, and just palms you in the face with his hand. And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh god. A saving throw. I'm glad I put it back on. Oh, that was almost so good. That was almost great.
Oh my god.
13.
13. Basically, his hand grabs you, and his fingers just close around the back of your head, holding your head like a ball, and just lifts you a little off the ground and throws you into the alley. Scanlan. So Keyleth just gets chucked off into the side of the alley. You're just finished getting pushed off. Scanlan, what are you doing with your command over the one?
I say to
Ifrit?
him, hey, sweet baby, look at me. It's all gonna be okay if you just yell at your friend to let us go.
The one Ifrit that you're in control turns around and goes, "Hey, this is not our business. Need to let them go." The other Ifrit goes, "What are you talking about? They're at our disposal." He looks back at the first one and goes, "It doesn't matter. Let them go. Now." The other one kind of looks down at you and looks at the other ones. That's cock. Glances down at you, Scanlan, and goes,
What have you done to my friend?
I say to him, I'm just a mere slave. And kill him! Kill him now! Kill him! Kill him right now!
Oh no! Okay, well, I need to make this. Actually, to dominate.
Get up and run.
Is
you
anyone
guys.
else
You
in
better
this alley?
fucking run away.
Right now, from what you can see, you can't see anything. You're on the ground, prone right now, and you're just surrounded by everyone, kind of shouting at each other at this moment. From what you can see, nobody else is in this alleyway at the moment. Right, Stony Monster.
It's crazy city. People fight all the time.
Yeah, they're used to this. This is every day.
Fights on every corner. is what the
Exactly.
answer to
Everyday
Drog was.
life.
Corner.
We'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah. So the other you have control, who's like still staring, yelling at the friend, looks at you as you shout this, grins and grabs the other Efreet by the throat and slams him into the wall. Run! You just go running down the alleyway.
I'm gonna go to catch up with them.
So as he's holding the other Efreet against the wall, his thumb's like pushing into his throat, and then reaching and grabbing the back. You watch his legs kind of flailing as bits of smoke and ash like being passed off. Keyleth runs past this tiefling, just fucking just running as fast as you can down the alleyway. What are you guys doing?
Can I pop up, grab Pike, and start running after Keyleth?
Yeah, so you just grab her by the back of the armor, just gonna lift her up off the ground. Pike, you start running, but all of a sudden your feet are just off the ground and you're running in the air. This Grog's just like bounding with you.
And I'm hoping that as we get towards the door, I can shrink back down to go in any kind of doorway that they're heading towards.
There's an alleyway is what you can see that where Keyleth darts off to the side. Scandal, what are you doing?
Come back.
I am staying put until my friends are far, far away. I'm watching them, just back and forth.
Okay. You watch as the one holding against the wall. There's like the one who's being reaches down and pulls a blade out the side and begins just jabbing it into the arm of the guy who's holding him.
Run.
Oh my god.
Okay. 6 damage there, and he gets to make a saving throw because he took damage.
Oh god.
Just another
So he's like
Saturday
stabbing him in the arm repeatedly. Still pushing into his throat, takes him, lifts him up, and slams him into the other wall, causing him to like drop the dagger in the other hand, and begins to just push him down towards the ground. Just you can see his eyes still kind of intense, but controlled by the spell as he's pushing the other Efreet into the stone. You can into the dark stonework, and you see it kind of cracking and breaking against the force. The other let's see here. Okay. The other Efreet now is being held against their he begins chanting something beneath his breath.
Oh shit. They do magic shit?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
I thought they were just big and scary.
No.
So he's like chanting under his breath, and you watch as the words begin to emit, his form begins to shimmer and change.
How far away are my allies? How far have they gotten?
If you're glancing around the alleyway, at this point in time, full pace, full round, you see Grog and Pike have just now disappeared around the corner of the alleyway, so they're now all out of
Keyleth is
sight.
gone?
Keyleth is gone. She got there before they did.
Okay.
Actually, you guys would have caught up pretty fast because of Grog's speed. So Keyleth would have gotten a head start, and then Grog just bypassed her. So you just see Keyleth disappear around the corner of the alleyway.
Also had Keyleth too, yeah. I've got them both.
All right.
Over the shoulder.
So my work here is done. So I'm just going to sort of tip my beret. Good day to you both, and I'll dimension door into the alley with them.
Okay.
Wherever they went.
Okay, so you
Actually, I don't know that alley.
You don't know the
I'm
alley?
just gonna go in that direction the number of feet that I think it is.
Okay, so you'll be appearing at the mouth of that alleyway.
Sure.
And you can dart into it. I would say go ahead and make a stealth roll just to see if the one who's currently casting even has a glance of seeing you at the corner of his eye.
Oh wow! It's the best roll I've ever done. 21. Stealth.
Okay. And the moment as you disappear into the door, you watch as the Efreet is being choked, his form turns into just reddish white gas, like a cloud of mist, and escapes the grip of his friend, who then looks up and let's see here. Okay, yeah. He's just going to go ahead and angrily look up, and his legs turn into that burst of flame, begin to rise up, and begins like clawing at the gaseous cloud as you disappear and vanish, leaving them both still fighting.
Wow.
You pull into the alleyway, and you guys are all there for a moment. You see the rest of them further down the alleyway now. Do you continue following them? I imagine?
Yeah.
Do we need to hide? Do we need to?
Do these alleyways connect? Does it like block around?
You were walking down the street. The one that you were pushed into, essentially, as you were walking forward, is to the left. You guys continued forward past 2 more alleyways, and then went to the second one to the right that way. And so this one just continues down. It seems to curve around after about 100 feet or so through a series of buildings that are built just right next to each other, giving you just one pathway that curves just out of sight.
Let's go as far away out of sight. As far away out of sight.
Okay, as you guys begin continuing forward down that alley, you hear in the distance the muffled sounds of some sort of weird echoey scuffle, and then just turns into it seems to vanish into the rest of the kind of atmospheric sound of general wind being blown through, tight passages and the occasional flare of flame. You all turn the corner as it begins to curve and curve, and then suddenly there's another kind of splinter alleyway that descends into stairs, and you guys following the 2 humanoid individuals you originally followed continue down that path and lead you into what looks like a small enclosed room. There's a door that's partially ajar, and they both kind of shove their way into it and disappear inside. Do you follow?
I think that's the option if everybody's running like they're running for their lives right now.
All right, so you guys all dart into the same room.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys all charge into here,
We all die.
it is just filled with spikes and fire. No. As you go charging into this room, immediately, it's a much smaller room than I think you all anticipated, and it's just as it would be Vex and Vax getting there first. You guys charge into the room, and your dark vision helps you, though it has to adjust the change of light just in time for you to run into the 2 individuals that had led you in there. This is some sort of a storage room filled with what looks to be a series of metallic boxes, and this room could comfortably fit 5 people. And as soon as you charge in, you like ram into their shoulder, and before you can turn, all of a sudden you watch as Grog with 2 other people come slamming in, and you've all very tightly squeezed into this dark space.
No. Sorry. I climb and just sit on top of Grog.
As Camlin just comes around the corner and
Right in behind Grog's butt, just smushed.
and you do just sweaty cheek, reverse motorboat. It's terrible.
Is it tight enough that the 2 strangers are smushed in just
they're
as badly as we are?
Please.
And you said it's dark?
It's dark. There's no light in here. Yeah.
I light up I lift my hand and I light it up to give us a little bit of light.
Could we close the door or whatever?
Close the door.
Why are we in here?
Are there any windows or anything?
No, there's just the door you guys entered. It's like a storage shed that was partially.
This is a little more than
close the door
I
behind
think I was asking for, but what is there to see in the city of Brass?
You're asking this right now. He looks to you. You're asking this right now.
So we're out of sorts. We're not from here, obviously.
Hi.
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 That's my sister. You can tell because she looks just like me.
Oh, Grog.
Just Pike.
That's not true.
It's a very small room.
You don't look like many of the larger folk thank you, dear. Folk we've seen around here either. Are you from here? Are you strangers here?
How are you not slaves right now, basically?
Yeah, that.
The one. I mean, it's a little bit of a calmer circumstance here. The chiefling says, shh.
Sorry.
Shh.
Okay.
Close the door.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
And it is like.
Can I climb up on one of the boxes to give more foot room in the
You can probably.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Inhale.
Okay. As you all inhale, the door finally closes. Vex time's up. A minute of quiet passes. Eventually, as silence passes for a bit, you hear a voice, a very, very soft and gentle voice that you haven't heard yet, kind of break the darkness. It goes, I think it's safe to speak now. The kind of live-looking individual you saw earlier with the kind of wiry red hair and the somewhat reddish and black eyes says,
Well, it was uncommon to see individuals wandering the city with a look of absolute victimization.
We don't look that bad, do we?
And pick up Scanlan and put him up on a box. Put him on Grog's butt.
Those aren't pillows.
I don't think Grog wears underpants.
Who does?
I am Senokir.
Senokir?
Senokir. This is Uten, my business partner.
Nice to meet you.
We are jewelers here in the city of Brass. And, if I'm not mistaken, you now owe us a favor.
Well, maybe we could do a bit of business. Percival, you were looking for a jeweler, right?
Well, it's a little far away at the moment, but we can do a bit of business because we have other business to attend to.
What caught your attention on us, aside from the utter look of patheticness?
Well, favors are more useful when you're not in chains.
Yes,
Fair.
this is true.
So, let us wait here about 10, 15 more moments. Let any immediate chance of you running into those thugs pass, and we'll have a more private conversation at our place of business, if you don't mind.
Why do you wear those white robes? Do they signify anything?
They signify our freedom.
Were you once in chains?
Few that come here manage to escape that fate immediately. We found our way.
That's ominous. Can I do an insight check? Does that mean he murdered a lot of friggin' people?
Make an insight check.
Let's go, draw dice.
Whoa, crazy.
God. Ooh, he's an 18!
It's
What
still
was
good,
it?
it's still good,
Insight?
it's still good.
Insight, right?
Insight, yeah.
29.
Whoa, you got really high insight.
I do. I
She
just
knows shit.
Yeah, wise.
wise
Oh,
fox.
Yeah,
whispers.
some whispers. Loot Crate, everybody.
Loot's great.
Loot Crate is a wonderful sponsor, a fine, handsome company.
Magic.
Their theme is magic. You'll get a box of magic shit.
Doctor Strange.
Yes.
Ooh.
Doctor Strange is part of this.
And I think Magical Beasts is
Magical
magic.
Beasts.
These are movies that I will never see because I have children.
Yes.
Yeah.
In about 15 years, we're going to sit down and show you everything.
Which one
It's
was
going
the
to be great.
tiefling and which one was him?
What has been speaking to you is the other humanoid
Sinokir?
of strange racial origin.
Sinokir is the humanoid.
Yeah, Senokir is the humanoid.
Who is, something's off about him.
Something's different. You don't recognize his race or background.
Uten. How long have the two of you been in business together?
Let us wait, and we will continue this conversation at our establishment.
Is this your room?
No.
Whose room is it?
I have no idea. Which is why we shouldn't stay long.
Do you know where those thugs were trying to take us? Or have an idea?
I have no idea, but I imagine they probably would have called in some friends to meet you, and you would have found yourselves in a very, very tough position.
All right, it's really starting to smell like grog in here, so why don't we go?
I think it's time. A few more moments, please.
It was really hard not to fight, man. I do terrible when I don't fight.
And you wait an awkward silence for the next 5 minutes, with any sort of sound, utterance, or conversation being immediately shushed by Senokir. Eventually, Senokir kind of perks up, and the slightly pointed ears of his form seem to almost twitch.
I think passage is safe. Very well. Open the door. Follow us, please.
As you guys filter out, they continue a quick pace and lead you through a series of winding side streets and momentary pauses to pass as a number of other creatures and individuals walk by, passing Afridi, passing occasionally what looks to be some sort of giant winged red creature that just kind of stalks down the street, dragging behind it a large cart that has bars in it, and you can see a number of smaller, almost, I wouldn't say Fey-type creatures, but things that are definitely not of this realm, that are all bound by neck irons. You do also see a few small families wander through, laughing, that appear to be humanoid, but once again, their physicality is very similar to the individual Sinokir. So, eventually, you're led back to what looks to be a very simple exterior. It's a back entrance, leading away from this main street. They both enter to this iron doorway. Sinokir pulls something from a pocket and glances at the rest of you. He pricks his finger and places it to the edge of this object, which now looks to be some sort of a disc. And it has a small point on one end that he uses to prick his finger. Once he smears the blood on the disc, he presses it against the door, and the iron door kind of opens up a little bit. Places it in his pocket. Come inside so we may speak, please.
All right.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, let's
I want to look in his eyes as we are about to go through and see how honest he looks.
Make an insight check.
I mean, everybody in the city wants us as slaves, so it's
Right.
not really any more dangerous in there than it is.
Kind of
outside.
flattering, really.
21.
It's like one of those beefcake slave
21.
auctions
Not
for
making
charity.
100 jokes.
Glancing at him, he's a very hard individual to read. He has this very awkward, stilted, conversational cadence to his way of speaking, and whenever he speaks to you, he's not quite looking at you at all times. He seems
Hey, my eyes are down.
he doesn't seem dishonest, just hard to read.
All right. I like your hair. And I walk in the room.
Okay. As you guys enter, these wall sconces begin to just come to life on their own across the walls. And on the inside, you can see this gorgeous workspace for all sorts of small-level metallurgy and metalcraft. Percy, you really appreciate this. You see small furnaces and what appear to be a number of metals laid out in ingots, some used in different volumes, many substances and things that you've never seen before. It looks to be a couple of small boxes to the side of rough, uncut gems of, currently at this distance, internet
I walk up and smack Percy on the ass and say, feel like making a home here. And walk past him.
I'm certainly thinking of some plans.
As the door closes behind and the two individuals walk in, they kind of rummage around and begin finding some small stools and arrange them so he can present to you more like treat you like a guest. He sits him down. Please sit. We shall speak.
Okay.
Sure. How long does locate object take to cast?
Well, that's not something you would ask him. I think he's just our host here.
I have no idea these words you speak. All right, look at object.
Drop down. Why'd I waste that?
Look at object is one action, so it takes 6 seconds to cast.
Can I try to cast it as we sit down and just see if it's in our vicinity?
You cast that shit all the time?
How often can you cast it?
Well, it's a second level spell, so I can do it a bit.
all the time, yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's not a problem.
So as everyone's sitting in their stools and getting ready, you kind of close your eyes for a second, concentrate, mutter beneath your breath, and you extend your understanding of this kind of dark space around you, waiting for the warmth of any sort of call to the Dawn Martyr plate. Eventually, your mental expansion reaches the limitations of the spell with nothing coming back.
All right.
Cool.
Tight.
So as you've all sat down and assembled, Sinokir sits as well, hands kind of crossed very pleasantly in front of him. very up straight and strange head kind of cocked a little bit to the side.
So you've found yourselves here, out of place. And we've helped you once. We will discuss the terms of our repayment for our aid, but before then, I must ask why you would come here so unprepared.
So unprepared. Well, does the name Thordak ring a bell? The Cinder King. It's a pseudonym, maybe?
I heard this name.
Antonym? So a pseudonym? Okay.
Just alias.
Alias.
Did he hang out around here?
No. He stayed mostly over the Sea of Fire.
Anywho.
What about that plate of? No,
Just like that. It's
maybe.
pretty big.
I mean, I don't know. What are we here for?
What
This is
are you
we're
here for?
Thordak has escaped into our realm.
Good.
Into the.
Keep him away from here.
All right.
That's the goal.
It's what we want as well.
You have a distaste for the worm?
No, I just don't trust dragons.
Yeah.
He's currently still linked to this realm. We are trying to take care of as much of it as humanly possible.
Humanly.
As much as humanly possible. Perhaps a little bit more. We are here for the little bit more. We seek powers to help us defeat the dragon.
Perhaps I can be of aid. What powers do you seek?
What powers can you do?
I asked my question first.
So creepy.
Perhaps it is just time to lay it on the line. There's time. Time is of the essence.
Sure, go for it.
Let's make a deal.
If this goes south, we can just
We can
wrap
just.
it up.
We seek a set of plate armor.
A trinket, really. Nothing huge. Somebody won it in a game of poker, I believe. Cards.
Card game of some sort.
Cards.
The plate of the Don Martin.
you
Used to
heard of
belong
this
to the Sutan bloodline.
Sutan, now that I am aware of.
Yes.
Does it still belong in the possession of this Sutan?
I don't think so.
Our information says it does not.
That it was won by a fire giant.
A fire giant within this city?
That is our belief.
Are there any fire giants in this city?
That narrows it down. There are only 3 that live here.
Oh, well, that's great.
Not under subjugation.
Not.
Happen to have
Well,
their
you know,
names?
do people under subjugation own a lot?
Generally, no. Those
Then,
that own
yeah.
them own what they own. So maybe it's one of them. We can go ask.
Are they
like
close?
you so much.
Relatively. Depending on which one you ask first.
You could just give us their addresses or something, and we could go check it out. Like if you had
Where's
like a
Uten?
Thomas
What is
guide or
Uten
something.
doing through all of this?
Uten is just like sitting back, arms crossed.
Does
just
he
listening
seem
to the
like
conversation.
she seems like totally like chill? This is the way this dude talks all
Yeah,
the fucking
it's just completely unfazed.
Depending on how things go, we may even speak of perhaps commissioning some pieces. Your work is astounding.
Suddenly leans forward and steps up from the stool and walks over to you and just begins to look very closely over your clothing. Can you afford what I make?
Possibly.
At the moment.
I would like to think so. And depending on how the next few weeks go, there will be much to celebrate, and your work is celebratory.
Do you require monetary compensation, or is it something more?
Depends. I have plenty of money. But you owe me.
We do.
And if I help you find this giant and this armor you're seeking, you'll owe me even more. So, to keep this interesting, how about we go find this armor?
You don't even want to hint at what you're looking for.
Where's the fun in that?
You cheeky bastard, Matthew Mercer.
So, to the giant.
What?
Yeah,
what?
sure.
That's a
Should
great
we make
idea.
ourselves not look like us? Should we maybe
Look like you.
look like something different?
Now, how will you keep us from being harassed in the streets?
Well, I mean no disrespect, but and he lifts his hand and kind of snaps the fingers, and you watch as Uten goes, "Oh, right, sorry. I got you." Goes rummaging through a case, and you hear what sounds like the dragging and clanging of many pieces of small metal.
No.
Procures a series of chains and neck irons, and Simnokir looks up. It's not much else I have to offer, but for the most part, you won't be bothered.
Oh, you love it.
Let me put forward a theory for you. Whatever deal we make,
hate those eyes. I can't look at them.
I love him.
whatever deal we make with you here, for the record, none of us will be staying. We may be coming back to fulfill some service. We may be coming back to fulfill some favor, and we will, if that is the deal we make.
If that is the deal we make.
But the deal we make will not include any of us. Is that understood? Is that agreeable?
Unless it's for like a one-time sexual favor of some sort.
Only
In
with
which
him.
case,
I'm up
take
for
your
that.
pick.
I'm up too.
Oh my god, you people.
What?
Wow.
I think you will find our arrangements agreeable.
And I may have some things to excite you with as well. Stop it! I know you've been doing it all game.
I'm not taking anything.
That was me.
He said in accent.
Well, it seems we found some semblance of an accord for the time.
Turning on each other.
Place these gently upon yourselves and we'll be on our way.
Don't you have any white robes you can give us instead?
I'm sorry, no. Those come with station, and station requires recognition. None will recognize you here. You'll be found out immediately.
Should we chain ourselves to each other or to you? How does this
to
work?
ourselves.
How about
Check
this?
out those
What if one of
chains
us,
and see if they're magic.
a few of us could look
do
like
that.
you, to keep all of us out of chains? Maybe a few exceptions.
Can't he look like you can get big and then look like
You can
an
look like an
Afriti?
animal.
I can look like one of them. Very simply. I think
of
we'd all
them.
feel a little bit comfortable if
Some of us were free.
some of us were free.
Sure? If you are confident.
Maybe-
I study him and I change to like
Maybe somebody that is better at talking.
I don't have to talk. I just have to look like someone else. That's not that hard.
Oh,
right?
for God's sakes, I'm going...
I'm gonna go over and look at the chains and arcana check
see
them
what
to see
Go
if
for it.
they're magical.
I change myself to look like one of him. And I'm
You
like,
good?
huh? Yeah? Passable?
Oh,
Huh?
20.
Impressive.
22? No, just 20.
Just 20. The chains appear to be mundane.
Great.
They are heavy, they are thick, they are definitely functional, but they are not
I'm
enchantment.
gonna slap some on.
Alright.
I'm going to slip on my ring of invisibility and spend the next 20 minutes attuning to it.
Okay. So as usual, he looks you over. Impressive.
Passable?
I think you will get no concern from myself or any other genasi across your way, but
Do all of you kind of talk like this? Do I also need to talk like this?
I don't know what you mean.
Steady.
Never mind.
So,
I'll go put the chains on as well.
I put the chains on.
I want to just put them on, but I don't want to click them. I just want to hang them and make them look like they're attached, but I don't want to attach them.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Make a sleight of hand check.
They fall to the floor.
Are they wrist or?
There's one for each wrist and then a neck iron.
I'm familiar with these because I have a set in my room.
Of course you do. Yeah, the idea is your hands are the chains attached to the neck iron about there, so you don't have a whole lot of arm movement, and then the neck iron has a chain from the back that is held. And actually, Uten begins to gather all the chains at the very back and runs them to a singular ring, which is held by him.
Can I put on... If I put on my glove of storing, does that mean I have to take off one of the gauntlets?
You would have to... Glove of storing, yeah, you wouldn't be able to have both attuned, because they're both
Can I
over the
wear
hand.
one?
No. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just for insanity's sake, before I slip them on, I'm going to take a little bit of gunpowder out of my pouch and just sprinkle a little bit in the locks and have some on my hands.
Yeah,
I'm just
blow
gonna
your
have a
little
bit.
hands off.
Just oh, it's gonna be awful.
Learn from my mistakes.
Not enough to blow a hand
I
off,
know.
but yes, enough that if I
fraternity handshake with the two of you meet next time.
Okay. And Dax, you manage to get them click on, and as soon as you feel confident, they go and kind of hang open.
Oh, I must have not attached them quite right.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Oh no, that's okay.
Please.
As all the chains are attached, some time has passed. You've attuned to your ring. So, what have you unattuned to?
Oh, my boots have gone.
Okay,
slack.
so you have the ring on. Okay, good. And you've maintained your altered appearance. Uten takes all the chains and clinks them onto the one ring and kind of gives it a tug just to check, and you all kind of feel the tug from behind. Very well. It seems we are prepared. Come. Now let us all go speak with Waska.
Waska?
He didn't chain me though, right? Am I
No.
chained?
No, you're not
There's
chained.
no invisible floating chain.
Waska.
No, he doesn't seem like he's intent on chaining all of you. He just chained those that couldn't pass.
Wasco the Giant, I assume. Wasco the Giant, right?
Also the fire giant. Is Vex chained?
I am.
Oh, I tweak her nose and give her a wet willy and then dart
You
6 feet back.
Dick.
Ha ha. Now come. Uten. Come. And he walks out the front door this time. And as you guys are led through the two front doors as they open, as Senokir pushes them, you see this wonderful thoroughfare in front with a giant fountain that just has this like molten rock, this lava fountain that pours out into this large open pit that just descends into darkness below. You see these giant black obelisk-like pillars that jut out in the center, and probably about 24 of entities from all walks of life walking through and having conversations and talking, many of which having their own chain slaves at their side. This appears to be one of many central social civil places within the city of Brest. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
No!
Do the people that
It's
have the
11
people on chains, are they wearing like the white robes and stuff?
Or do they
Just-
look pretty
just our
shitty?
guys.
Different outfits. It appears that at least it isn't like the white robes signify a person is free. Just for these two, it's a level of station. It seems in the way they described it. But
Battery stops. In one more minute, I would have had to take off this shirt, revealing nothing underneath.
Shit!
Not even his bare chest, just nothing.
Just
It's
like
just a
empty
pit.
head.
Avoid of physicality.
Lava just pouring in.
We'll just grab Ashley, run into the fire plane. The armor will be right there for her visit, and then it'll be done. A one shot.
You're not filming next Thursday. are you?
I hope not. That's the first day of the next
Okay.
episode, so they don't
Let
have the
me know
schedule yet. I will.
if you're not scheduled. We'll try and Skype you.
Okay.
Because I would still like you to continue this.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll have
good.
to Skype, but
That's
hopefully
fine.
that'll work.
Just having you.
Yeah, it's a little close. I'm glad to have you back, man.
It's better when you're here.
It's really better.
Well, okay.
Yeah, it's really better when you're here. It's not good when you're not here.
We
In fact,
hate
don't
all
watch
of
when
us
she's
when
not
we're not
here.
Yeah, essentially.
Skip every episode.
I felt like maybe to everybody watching, but I didn't feel like we were playing that long. So when you ended the game, I was like, no, what? No.
That was 4 hours.
It's been a while.
I know. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you had fun this video in this insanity.
I love this character.
I love him
so much.
He is my new favorite. He is week after
weirdo.
Halloween? The week after?
This is how it worked out, guys.
Never see Victor again. I have a new best friend.
There you
Weirdo.
go. Guys, you're awesome. You're awesome. I'm gonna go home and sleep.
Yay, Luke Crate.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Luke Crate. Once
Thank you,
again,
Luke Crate.
thank you all your amazing critters and your amazing Halloween costumes. Still blown away by all that. Have a wonderful night. And is it Thursday yet?
Hey.